Actually, let's try starting here. So, good morning. Once again, my computer is out to kill me. For I went live, and well, it dawned on me very quickly that my microphone was saying there was no sound, which seemed a little bit odd because, well, I'm not exactly the world's quietest person. So I poked around a bit, and no, everything was set all right. So I muted my mic and unmuted my mic, and it's working now. This is going to be the death of me, I really swear it. So this time round, we are back in business. I skipped the kind of 1 minute countdown. Because, well, kind of had already done that. So, I'm just filling Hedgie back up because I didn't do that. I had a bit of day off yesterday. I decided to play Path of Exile and mooch about and have a good relax. And I do feel a fair bit better for it today. Not because I played Path of Exile specifically, because it's an infuriating game and that I seem to be incredibly terrible at. But, you know, such is life. I did notice that the lace bobbins that I ordered what feels like forever ago have now cleared customs, apparently. It's very hard because all of the words are in Spanish and I don't speak Spanish. Hell, I barely speak English. So... That's right. Trying to pick up pins, and as you know, part of the reason that Hedgie is proving so useful is because I can just grab pins by the right end. Now, the downside is Hedgie here has to have pins in him. Now, that doesn't seem like a downside, but it is when you consider that the original problem I had was trying to get the pins out the pot. They're like, well, they're all laying sideways and they don't want to be picked up. So, I'm just trying to... So I'm having a job pulling them out of the pot to put them into Hedgie because, well, I was having a problem pulling them out of the pot. That was the whole point. So I picked up a bunch of pins. Now I need to stab them in poor old Hedgie. I am tempted to make my own version of Hedgie. He obviously wouldn't have a wooden base, which would be a little sad, but it's not necessarily the worst thing. I am very tempted to make a slightly bigger Hedgie, because, well, you can never have too many pens. I had a bit of a disaster yesterday. This morning, yesterday. Actually, I forget what it was. I think it was last night. You may recall I've been doing some cross stitch, and I hadn't done any for a couple of days. And the other day, the dogs came barreling through the room, as my dogs do, and they knocked over my lovely little stand thing that I've got. That my cross stitch is. Holds my cross stitch frame. And I didn't think too much of it. Till last night I noticed a little thing on the floor and I was like, what the hell's that? Anyway, it was the magnet back for my needle holder. And it dawned on me very quickly that it was the magnet back for my my needle holder. So I've just dropped a pin. I can't see it. There it is. And so I found my needle holder, and because obviously that had sprung to life and disappeared. And, well, the pin that I had for digging around and trying to help undo any knots and stuff was still on the needle holder, because the needle holder top also has a kind of magnet in it, so that, you know, they stick together really quite well, but also, you know, obviously should something like this happen, I guess, that there is a chance that your needle will be on there. My needle has now disappeared. Now, it's either in the dog, or it has just made a bid for freedom and I haven't found it yet. So, it is somewhat annoying, because obviously now I have no needle to do the cross stitch when I was in the mood. So, thanks for that, dogs. I mean, you'd say, oh well, you should have put the needle, the thing away more. Darling, it was really out of the way. They just barreled that hard that they lost traction and wiped out. I didn't feel sorry after wiping it out, but it really didn't dawn on me that I'd lost the needle holder at that point somehow. It's like everything, you pick it up, you don't see anything on the floor, so you assume everything's good. You kind of don't sit there and frisk it, kind of checking that everything's alright. You kind of assume everything's alright, and go about your day, and I do feel I should be more attentive, but at the same time, you can't, kind of absolutely recheck everything every time everything happens. It's kind of slightly impractical, and anyway, so I've had to order some more needles. Problem is I don't know what size needle it was, because, well, I'm not a needle expert, and unlike knitting needles and crochet hooks and all of those kind of things, well, they're quite clearly labelled as I'm size this. There's usually a big thing on the end of it, or stamped along the side of it. I'm this size, it will say. Often even they're colour coded. I mean, they really go out of their way to make sure that you are aware what size needle it is. With sewing needles, I mean, I'm not going to say I didn't know there were different sizes of sewing needle, because I did, because, you get upholstery ones, and you get shorter, thin, skinny ones, and wider, big, fatter ones, but I kind of assumed that you had like darning needles and sewing needles, but they were kind of universal. No, apparently not. So I've ordered some, but I've no idea whether they're the right ones or not. I went with, well, they had 3 sizes for cross stitch, and I went with the middle one. I probably wanted the slightly thinner one, but I didn't know which was the thinner one because, well, I don't know what the numbers mean. So I kind of went with the middle one because, well, I could probably make do with it either way. So with any luck, they'll turn up today. Definitely has to be said, poking in pins is not a fast process. Even poor old Hedgie here, where it's not like you're aiming for, precision hole with the threads the right side of it and all of those kind of aspects. This is just grab a pin, pick, poke, grab a pin, poke. If there's a spot, that'll do. It's, if you can get it in there, it'll do. So yes, I did have a nice day off. So here I am today. Trying to push my pins down a bit so they don't stick out too much. I think that will do. That'll do for now. We can always grab more pins, I guess. But we are at the wider point of the work, so although obviously you do have pins coming down the side and those pins are to remain, she says, just before you get a look in, I'm going to try and stab down the row of pins, which as you know, is harder than it sounds. Because I can't see easily the row of pins. Sticky upon. I find it difficult to see them. Right. There we go. So, let's get back to business. Now, don't need you for potentially quite a while. Put you out the way for the moment. We will need you shortly, so. And we need you. There's always one bobbin that has to have kind of gone round the houses. Right. So, let's sort you all out now that you've tangled. Well done, bobbins. Shorten you, because you're just being annoying. They do this, they undo for... And it's only some of them. Some of them don't undo, and they're perfectly good, and you're happy with them. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're doing their thing. They hold the thread. They stay as they're put. And then there's the ones that don't. And yet there's no discernible difference, other than, well, they don't. You know. And sometimes you catch them doing it as well. Because you pull on your bobbins, well, you don't pull, but you kind of stroke, give them a vague, very vague tug. And you're going to be in the way there, aren't you? Let's move you up there. Which now means, of course, you're kind of out of the way, which of course is not what I want. But never mind. But as you're doing so, you can often feel them move under your fingers, and it is, you know, you can kind of... I have discovered that it's nearly always the left one of a pair that seems to slide. I need to remember to try and use... Previously we have filled in a bit, so we would fill in this bit and then remove these pins, but of course that takes more pins. But also, because we were trying to get them out of magic pot of pins, it would take a really long time, and it really does feel that it is surprising how much of a difference it makes when you either reuse the pins on the pillow, or you pull them off poor old Hedge, who's sitting there quietly on the side. Because you do... I mean, obviously this takes a bit longer because you've got to pull it out and pick one and pull it out. And I'm sitting at a funny angle because the dogs are in the way. And my back is already kind of going, I don't want to do this. Goodness sake. It doesn't help that the dog is actually asleep. No, he's not. He's feigning being asleep. He sure. Need you to move a bit so I can move over. Doubt it. We can try. I noticed something about the tags on my stream that no one had mentioned, which was for some reason I had gained the tag death, and that a number of people had come to my stream obviously thinking that's what this was about. And considering it's a very specific word after all, I'm not quite sure how it got there because, well, I wouldn't have added it. Now, I would have added other tags, and it almost feels like a tag got renamed because it's certainly not one I would have associated with this. So I don't know what it was, but it also seems like a tag that wouldn't be new, so no idea. I was hoping that by starting in the morning that I could do a nice long stream, but I don't think my back's going to let me. I've got an itch. Right. See, this one's coming undone. Slipping. So yes. I also did a little bit of work yesterday on my animations for my for the theme that I'm making, and they look a little bit better now. I mean, still not going to be BAFTA award-winning things, but hey, you know, still working on it. To be honest, I need to obviously do a couple more animations, or a couple more specific animations. And I can probably crank it out. There will be plenty of tweaking to be done. Just because timings and all of that, but yeah, I'm kind of pleased with how that's going, to be honest. So that looks kind of looked funky for a minute there. Yes. I really enjoyed the last stream we did on Friday. Talking about Nauticaut's birthday and having a good chat amongst ourselves. It was really nice to see everyone chatting amongst themselves. It's one of the key things that I think I've always been really conscious that most of you don't speak to me. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But that also, you know, should someone be speaking to me, they speak to me. They don't speak to the group. They don't speak, you know, much as, you know, and I guess part of that's my fault maybe, but they don't speak like it's a open room conversation, right? And as a result of that, there is a bit of me that felt that as a community, we weren't really kind of a community. It was very much like a bunch of people watching a video, right? And that almost like the YouTube comments kind of thing, is that someone will come along, throw up some comments, that's great, but they'd almost be not relevant to anybody else's. No one was kind of going, oh, I totally agree, blah, 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 you know, there was none of that. And so to have, on Friday, you know, people wishing Nauticaut happy birthday, people chiming in with Tenchi, and everybody having kind of an open conversation between them, really did make my day. I felt really good about that. So, I was very pleased for that. Obviously, this is generally a much earlier time than I normally stream. As I said, my hope is depends on how it goes, because as I say, my back is complaining, but that's because there's a dog, and I'm sitting kind of clinging by my butt cheek to the edge of the couch, and I'm very thirsty this morning. But you know, think I is gonna bundle you together, even though you're on too many. Bundle you together, because just I know a couple of you are a little shorter than your friends. Does that make you feel better? You go up there. You, of course, switch over time. I'm sorry, it's not comfortable on my couch. I was making grumpy noises. Now, I don't really want to take you out there. I'll take you out there because you look all jumbled, so it's a good idea to take you out there. So, you're next. You are after that, after that. You are there. So, out the way for you for the moment. Make you a little longer because you're shorter than everybody else. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you want, okay, that is right. Okay. I'm going to use ones that are hedgy for this. It's a new area. You have come out of your previous bin. You need to sod off. You. You're right, like that. Let's push you down slightly. Roll you up because you're all too low. nice and quiet. I need something to listen to. What am I going to listen to? Right. Amazon Music. That's what we need. No, I do not need trending podcasts. Bit of Toto. There we go. Right. I'll need you later. So we need you for you. See, I just felt this one slip. So it always seems to be the left ones. Sometimes picking up the thread on them to tighten them is difficult enough. yes, it feels like we're going through these pins really quickly. But in part, it's because that's 4x5 and this is 5x5. And it just doesn't seem that there are equal amounts, if you know what I mean. Even though you would expect not to really feel it till you got to the bottom, it already looks more than half gone and we've only done the first row. So with that in mind, you know. Um, Unfortunately, my language is limited very much to English. However, I vaguely get the gist of that. Thank you very much, and welcome to the channel. I do apologise if your English is lesser, because obviously, unfortunately, I can't meet you halfway. I'm dyslexic. I struggle with written and reading, so as a whole, English is kind of where I'm at. But you are very welcome. Thank you. It's not that incredible, but it is a pleasure to have you. And I don't know quite what to say, really. Thank you very much. That's the important part. Thank you very much. So yes, it is a pleasure to have you in the channel. Feel free to ask away. I'm so glad you speak English, because that was going to be a nightmare for me. So, as I say, I do apologise because I am not multilingual. I struggle enough. I mean, I brought this up on stream the other day, was that when I was at school, obviously, you know, they made me do various subjects because, you know, like you do, you have to do English and maths and stuff. And then our school insisted that you did a second language. I was in the cat sat on the mat level of English because I hadn't been diagnosed dyslexic and they just thought I was being lazy. And, well, if I can't do the language I use every single day, what in the name of mercy makes you think that I'm going to do another one that I don't use at all? Well, and the answer was, I was right. I did do German. I'm not going to pretend that I am anywhere near good at German. In fact, I'm pretty shit at it. But I do vaguely remember some of it. But you've also got to remember, that was like 36 years ago. So let's not pretend that I remember a lot of that. But it is good to have you, and thank you. As you're new, she says, looking around desperately for her tin. That's not the tin I wanted. Dogs, what did you do with the other tin? I put things in tins. Hang on. It was too much. I understand. See, that's the empty tin. Where's the tin? Where's the tin? Oh, there it is. That's right. The dogs have a habit of rearranging my house for me. Let me grab this cloth to give you a nice dark background, because you'll appreciate this then. So, we are making, far too many for my sanity, these. This is what we're making. Now I need to put the tin down so I can arrange them a little better. So, didn't realise how unstraight everything was. There you go, that's a bit better. So, the idea is that there are going to be 18 of these, hence there's counters in the thing. And because you make them by triangles, I tend to count the triangles. So we're going to... Let's not focus on all the mistakes, because, well, there are plenty. But, the idea is I'm going to make 18 of these, which is represented by the thing in the top right-hand corner, to show the progress so far. This is not necessarily the final order of the squares. So, for example, I'm going to work my way down towards the bottom. However, if I get to the last 4 and decide that I am absolutely pig sick of the sight of these things, I can change the middle 4 and do the last 4 as something else. Now, technically, I could also change my mind at the end of the square I'm on and do the rest as something else. So, but at the end of the 4 is the cut off because obviously there's 4 in the middle, right? I arguably could do 6, so I could have top and bottom kind of thing. Anyway, but they will be joined together in a hopefully tidy manner. We haven't tried joining things properly yet. That'll be the fun for later. I mean, why rush ahead? But the idea is that join them together. So the idea is they're going to be a net curtain. Now, not every country has net curtains, so let me explain a net curtain in case it's not clear. Basically, it's a kind of mesh that goes over your curtain. It's kind of mostly transparentish, which these semi-fail out. These are a little bit thick for a net curtain, but it gives you a level of privacy, because when it's dark outside, you can see inside, but obviously these will be in the way, so they will help filter out. When it's light outside and darker inside, all people will see easily is the net curtain. So that is generically the point of a net curtain. But this is what I'm making, mainly because, well, I'm not a girly girl. I don't want lace frilly things. And, well, I wanted to make something for me. And, well, it is seen less here in the UK. They used to be everywhere, every house, like every window. Now we're lazy because, well, of course, you have to wash the buggers, so people don't so much. But I have a single window that this would be in. Now, let's set the scene here. Other than a couple of trips to work at the end of last year, which is not far away, I have not willingly left this house since the 12th of August last year. I've not had visitors since then either. As a result, this is not going to be seen. So, the mistakes in it, the imperfections in it, chances are even I'm not going to look at it. So let's truly be real. But it is something that I can look at and I can go, I did that. Now, I have done some lovely bookmarks, she said, wondering where they went. I did do some bookmarks. Oh, they're over there again. And one of them truly is spectacular. Let me put these away. Put these back in their little tin of safety, because it keeps them away from the dogs and from accidents. So, can't spill drink on it, can't, Let me go and get my bookmarks, because you'll like these, and some of my other bits. Back again. Didn't have to go far, I just had to go out of reach. So, let me pull my thing back up. Right. Move my table back to where I like it. So, undoing pot number 1. It's only a little pot, but of course you'd be surprised how much stuff you can get in it. I mean, it's kind of packed. Right. So, in here are many things. Now, when you first learn to make lace, they generally will have you make strips. But you see, I don't like the idea of just making a random strip as a whole, because, well, what do you do with it? It's just a kind of scraggy, manky strip. So, I did the tiniest, humanly tiniest amount of lace making as a child. And then, end of last year, my brain went, I want to do lace making. So, here we are. So, I made Yep, that one first. A bookmark. I then did some variations on the bookmark, so I did a bit of colour. I quite like that one, although I don't like spiders. These are spiders. I didn't finish the bottom of this one, but I put some gold thread in the squares for that one. And I finished this one, which has silver thread in the squares. So, very pleased with my efforts. Bear in mind, basically, these are the first 4 things I ever made. My brain went, hey, let's do stuff. And, well, I could make more bookmarks. I really could. Except I read on a Kindle. So, well, the bookmarks aren't going to do me any favours. Right, so I then made this, which was a pattern I bought, which looks very much like the squares I'm making now, except there are bigger holes here, spiders. Technically there are spiders here, but you can't see them, they just look like mistakes. And I mean, they really do look like mistakes. So, didn't really like how that turned out. Bit disappointed, because it does take a while, to be honest. So I then did a couple of experiments. So here was me trying a marginally different option, which was to have some rose ground here instead of the... let me bring back the original. So instead of this kind of ground stitch here, I did some rose ground, which looks alright. And then I changed how these work compared to these. Didn't really like them. And put some more solid, but decided, yeah, solid's a bit much for a net curtain, so I didn't really like that one. So, next option, this one has an experiment in one corner, so forgive it. I did another triangle, which was the ground, which will, as you may notice, is basically the square I'm making now. But I made this with bobbins with spangles. Now, where is my accursed bobbin with spangles? It usually lives on, there he is, these things. These are traditional Midlands bobbins, and they have spangles. Spangles being the stupid knobbly bit at the end, which is a wire loop that means when you put it down, it's in the way and it fucks with your bobbin, so I hate those. So I started this, hated the spangles, was really getting moody with the spangles, so determined that this was a test piece, and that come the end of the triangle, it was done. I tried a slightly different stitch here. I like it, and I think if you were going to do the whole curtain in it, that would be fine, but it didn't really fit with my triangle. So we came up with the triangle of today. Now, I also made this, which looks like a big scrangly pile of mess. It's not. If I flatten it out a bit, you'll notice it's actually a Celtic knot in a kind of... Right, so I liked this, but I didn't like this, because the right side, which is, yeah, this side, had to check, primarily, is alright, but the bits where the 2 layers cross, you don't work it in one piece, as it should be for a true Celtic knot. You kind of, let's say you start here, so they'd have you start here, and because you're going under that bit, that's right, so you go round here, but you then stop here because this bit needs to go down first, so you then start like this bit and go round here. I don't have patience. If you watch my stream enough, you'll soon know I do not have patience. As is demonstrated by the video where we make this. This minute little tiny square was someone suggested. Oh, by the way, I did make a strip, which was me trying out various combinations of stitches for my triangle. But this tiny square, I mean, look at it. It is the tiniest of tiny. Let's truly be honest. If you compare it to, she says, finding, where did my triangle go? I put my triangle back in my pot. Hang on. If you compare it to the triangle, so if you think of how big that triangle is, because it's the same size as my squares, you know, it kind of, it's tiny, right? In comparison to one of the squares. Now, one of the biggest problems was the join. I suck at finishing and joining, as it turns out. This is probably due to the fact that, well, technically I'm still really a beginner. And I mean really a beginner. People still consider themselves beginners 2 years later. And I've realistically, bar the 3 strips I did as a child, which I never finished, so you'd hang the pairs on, you'd do a bit of back and forth, and then you cut it off and like sling it in the bin because you got no use for it. I did 3 strips as a kid, so it really doesn't count. You've seen everything I've made. So, well, not quite, but I made this square as a test because someone said to me, because I was struggling with the finishing and how it looked, oh, you could try this. Well, yes, I could. This represents the loss of sanity. This, I devolve on this stream, it is video recorded, you'll find it on YouTube, into a blithering wreck. The sewing of the ends, which I only did from there to there, using their method, like a whole 1.5 centimetres, if that, took 4.5 goddamn hours. Can you imagine that on the size of my square? No! I mean, I will say that as a whole, it is a nicer finish. Not going to disargue with that. But unless I'm making it for the King of England, not happening. So not happening. Never again. Never, never, never. I have not got the sanity for that, as I clearly proved on that day. I have found a way to make the sewing, doing my ends slightly better, and I have got better. Well, so the type of lace I've been showing is known as torchon. I don't know where it comes from, don't ask, right? But it is a very common... That's fine. So the type of lace I've shown you is a thing called torchon, and it is generally, I won't say it is for beginners, but it's recommended for beginners because it is quite sensible. Everything's on a 90-degree angle. It's kind of practical. It's quite easy. Well, I won't say easy. I mean, all lace making is easy. You either lift the left bobbin over the right one or the right one over the left one. So in principle, piece of cake. In practice, as we all know, doesn't always work out that way. So I then wanted to learn something called Buck's Point lace. Now, Buckinghamshire, England is where this stems from. And this is frillier. Now, as I said, I'm not really into frills. So I was a bit concerned that I'd never make anything I liked. And then I made this. Now, there is a lot wrong with this. In fact, an awful lot wrong with this. And if I zoom in, hang on, I have a magic button of zooming. Right. You can see there's a loop. All these little bobbles down the head are supposed to look really neat and tidy, and they friggin' don't. But I also have to say I don't like them. They're called picots, and I don't like picots. These ones here are the best ones on it. But frankly, it makes it look older, to be honest, and I have no problem with that. But inspired by this, despite its many mistakes, I really quite enjoyed making this. Just pressing the button. There we go. I enjoyed making that. And we did that as a side project for the, stopping brain getting bored of making triangles. Just before Christmas, I made, frankly, the most spectacular thing Now, bear in mind, I do lots of other hobbies. So I weave, I crochet and knit and all sorts of things. This, despite, again, a large number of mistakes, I vote this as the most spectacularly beautiful thing I have ever made. Now, let me zoom in a bit, but not too much so that you can actually see it. Hang on. Centre it a bit more. You can get a better look. Trying to keep it centered. So, there you go. This is also Bucks Point. And as I say, it's got a lot of mistakes in it. It was a pattern that I bought, so it's not one I made. Because my triangles that I'm making now, I made. Most people don't venture into making their own patterns this early in life. I omitted the picots because, well, as I mentioned, I hate picots, so we ditched the picots because to me, they look like pinholes that went wrong. So I don't like them. And I am so proud of this. I am so proud of this. You'd be surprised how long it didn't take, actually. Now, one of the things that is truly remarkable about Pucks Point lace is while it is exceptionally similar in a lot of ways to torchon lace, because, well, the twisty, this is stretchy. And torchon is not. Which is kind of interesting. Now, it's almost one of the best ways to explain the different lace styles is imagine a load of people all met up in a room from various parts of the world. And someone at the front of the room, big projector, you know, kind of deal, setting up, so a bit like what I've got here, but a big thing on the wall so you can see it really clearly. And teaches you to make lace. And there's some left-handed people, some right-handed people, some people who struggle with English, all of that kind of stuff going on. Then they go home, and, you know, it takes them a while to travel home. When they get home, they try again. Now, what they remember, as we all know from training courses, you never remember everything. You remember roughly how it happened, and you've got notes, but somehow the notes don't quite match up with what you remember, and all of those kind of things. And each of these different lace making styles, because there are quite a few, boils down to, it's like they went and saw someone doing it, and went and had a go. And this is what they came up with. So this is... The differences are... Lots of people go, oh, I couldn't possibly do that. Well, I don't see why. You still just cross and twist and pin and hope, right? But there are differences, and the biggest problem I had with this is, A, the size of the thread, but also the fact that even though the thread is infinitely more tiny, was the fact that because you had 8 billion bobbins in a much smaller area, the threads coming out the bobbins would hide the pins so you could miss them, hence like hole. But I really love this. This is my pride and joy. I was going to give it away, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I like it too much. I'm never going to use it. But I absolutely love it. So I'm keeping that basically. Bite me is the short answer to that, I think. So I've got a little pot for that as well. So this pot's a bit thinner. Oh, you can't really see because of the light. But this pot's only got a couple of bits in it. Because I've only done a couple of bits of Bucks Point. So yes. But there you go. That's why and what we're up to. And what is my co-worker pinging me. It's job details. What are the job details? What? So I'm just reading this because this sounds remarkably like my job. There seems to be an advert for my job. Anyway, so let's get back to messing this up. Right. So there you go. That's what I'm making. I am making a neck curtain, and there is the history of my makings. So I am really not an expert. I'm definitely no expert. But I do generally pick up crafting things exceptionally quickly. Actually quite annoyingly quickly. In short, it either makes sense to me or it don't. So yeah, so yes, there you go. Maybe it's a bit shorter too. I think there's many more I can steal. Oh, we've got another row yet. But I can encourage you to give it a go. You do not need fancies to do this. I don't have its hand, but one of my favourite lace pillows, because I now own a couple, is actually the one I made when my brain went, I want to do this. And I found I'd got a styrofoam cooler lid. So I'd ordered some pasties and they come frozen in a styrofoam thing. And I took the lid because it was flat-ish. I mean, it had a slight lip to it, but it was flattish. Put on the back a couple of animals and boxes to give it a bit of strength, so that I didn't accidentally snap it in half. Put a bit of felt on it to give it a bit more strength so that the pins didn't pick out all of the styrofoam. I used some dolly clothes pegs. So the dolly ones are the big knobbly long ones with basically a U-shaped cut in the bottom that you ram on top of the clothesline rather than the prongy ones that you open and close. So they were huge, frankly, in comparison to normal bobbins. Sewing thread, pins, off you go, right? So pretty much I could do it with stuff I already had lying around the house. And I did. My bookmarks were made on that. So, you know, you do not need fancies. I mean, they can be helpful. So, for example, this one has a square in the middle. I mean, these ends come out. Of course. Thank you for the follow, but I will repeat that when the adverts finish, so that you may hear it. You're always welcome to watch while having breakfast. I mean, you know, it's not like we can hear you eat. So yes. Oh, ads are over. Well done. Thank you very much for the follow. Soothing voice. Me, never. That's... You know how, like, they say you've got a face for radio? This is kind of me, right? I have a face for radio and a voice for mime. I have to say, I've never been told I have a nice, soothing voice. But I do appreciate it. Thank you. I do have a telephone voice where I answer the phone a lot lower. But it's not something I consciously did, but it is something that I'm aware I do. Because someone once pointed out that women are more likely to get shouted at on the telephone because they have higher pitched voices. If you speak in a lower voice, people naturally are less wound up by it. Really? I sound awful. Don't. When I mean, I know we all think we sound awful when we listen to ourselves. But to be honest, I do hear myself very differently to most people when I speak, because I have a hearing issue. Now, I don't have a hearing issue in that I can't hear. I did when I was 3. I was completely deaf for a year. But I can't hear myself speak through the vibrations of my skull. I have to hear the sound. So hence it's part of the reason I'm quite a loud person, and I get really bad if I have a cold, God help me. And I really am shouting then, and people kind of go, "Why are you shouting?" And I go, "Am I? Okay, well, believe you, I don't hear it as me shouting." But they got used to me. But it is, I listen to what I listen, because obviously I check before I when I've loaded things up to YouTube and stuff. I check that the video's there and that it's all come out all right. And I think that's me done. Yeah, that's me done. hedgy time, and it just sounds so bad. I do not. Well, as a result, I definitely do not expect to be the next Asmongold with, 20,000 viewers and all the rest of it, because I've got a horrible voice. No, thank you. As I say, I mean, I am self-conscious about my voice a little, but not horrendously, because I can't really do much about it. I mean, part of the reason you have a little avatar me and not the real me is because the real me is a little bit older than the avatar looks. But more to the point, I have some facial scarring that I am sensitive about, but at the same time I'm aware it doesn't show as much as I think it does. It did for a while because it was bright purple. Like all scars, they go through the stage. So they start off with that red, angry, kind of like molten lava looking scar. Then they go through the deep purple, and I'm talking, kind of eggplant stroke aubergine, depending on where you are in the world, purple. And they stand out like the Great Wall of China. Then, exceptionally slowly, they start to fade. And then they kind of go white. Well, when you're pale, white is fine. And I am white. I mean, you've seen my hands. I am white, right? But of course they are white. They're like white, right? And it goes from the bottom of my chin all the way through my lips and up inside my nose, right? And because in my younger years, when I was hoping to attract males of the to do and produce families and all the rest of it, I was very conscious because I had this very purple thing on my face. It was a big problem for me then, and now I'm older and really don't overly care, but I don't want it to be the defining factor of me. So it is my avatar is a reasonable representation. I mean, I'm wearing a beige jumper, I wear glasses, I have long brown hair, and I have green eyes. It does look a bit like me, I promise, it does look a bit like me, but it looks a bit more like me when I was 20 than now I'm 50. I've worn in my face a little bit more, but they didn't really have the option to make the face older, so it's I'm not chopped liver. It's I'm not I'm not sitting here crying because I think I'm ugly. No, I'm not going to win any beauty pageants, but I also tend to be a mouth breather, and you don't really want to see me sitting like a goldfish all the time. So, some of it is for my own sanity. But I just thought it was an easy way to be a little bit more presentable. That's a good word for it. Be a little bit more presentable. So yeah. But after all, it's the lace that's important, not me. I can move hedgy now. Well, not really. Let's move hedgy down here. Now he's poking poking me in the elbow. Well done, Hedge. So yes, thank you for your follow. I appreciate that. I like it when people think when people do the kind of, hey, I want to come back and watch more of this. I mean, to be fair, every triangle's the same, so I really don't expect people to be that interested in it. I am documenting it for my own edification rather than anything else. Just because, you know, my brain wanted to make something for me, and this is huge, therefore I will make it. Kind of is how my brain works. So, knowing that this is probably going to, the whole of this is going to take me probably 18 months. I want something when the next time my brain goes, hey, let's make this colossal thing, I can show it and go, well, this is how long this took last time, and it's... No. Well, and this is very true, is the... You know, you can have someone who has a really unfortunately, you know, let's say damaged face, whether it's through birth defect or whatever else, and they can be the nicest soul. And you can have the prettiest people who are absolutely vile. Looks should not be people's first judgment, because they are skin deep, as the phrase goes. It is, you know, yes, they may look wonderful, but that's all they got, right? You know, if they don't have any brains, they don't have any manners, they, you know, is this really, you know, I mean, they might look good on your arm at a party, but that's pretty much all they're going to be good for. So, as you say, it is the person inside, it is their actions that matter, and their personality, their treatment of others, the you know, if you're cruel to animals, you're instantly out in my book. You know, it's, if you can't be nice, you know, someone once said, the true test of a man is how he treats those beneath him. And that is a very true statement, because, you know, if you think of some of the vile managers that you might meet in your working life, or people who run countries, people who are in charge of anything, frankly, it's how they treat the people who are, you know, if you think of how people treat fast food servers, people treat people working in the shop because they think they're better than them, you know, all of these kind of, you know, it is quite telling that if they treat people like that badly, well, they're probably not so great on the inside, because they don't see a problem with that. Now, I'm not saying that sometimes, you know, a bit of a rant isn't necessary. You know, if your servers just walked over, slapped you, a rant could be a fair deal for that, because, you know, you really shouldn't be slapping your, you know, customers. But, you know, there could be true justified reasons, but 90% of the time, no, it's not. So yeah, it is people's actions, and in some ways, that's one of the reasons I like the internet. Is, you know, people, I have no idea, and I mean this kindly, I have no idea of your gender, I don't know where you are in the world, I don't know anything about, I can't make assumptions about religion, I can't, you know, and so you meet the actual person, you meet them, you do not meet what can be seen, you meet the actual kind of words that are given to you. Now, of course, they could all be lies, but, you know, as conversations go on, it usually becomes a little apparent. But, you know, at the end of it, you meet people, and you get to you grow to know. Well, if you come back later and I'm still here, or you come back another day, I can explain a bit more about what I'm doing if you like. There isn't really a lot to explain, but I can try. Um, but it'll be great to see you again, that's for sure. Very much enjoy speaking to you again. So, have a nice breakfast, and to be honest, it is lunchtime, so, you know, I could do with some lunch, that's for sure, but I'm not going to have any because I'm doing this. Hmm. There you go. goodness sake, Doc. Actually, it means I get to move, but it's probably the Amazon man. Or next door taking their dog for a walk. Or a whole host of other things that they're allowed to do. Next door taking their dog for a walk. Dakota's allowed a walk. I'm sure she's been good. Rory. Oh, goodness sake, just give me the loop. I can hear a dog. Look, there it is. Give me a pen. pain in the butt. Hates you for that. Thanks a lot, Bobbins. Now I've got to play Where Were You Supposed to Be? And why are you so long? The only problem with some of these bobbins is they're really annoying. Doesn't look right. Something's really weird there. Might just be tension. I think it is just tension. me the end. It's funny how you can undo really easily, but you don't want to go back up. Miserable bobbins. there somewhere. wrong side, douche. Thought that looked funny. It's a really bent bobbin. bent that one. No, I didn't. Well, I did, but not a lot. Unlike the thin ones, that would have just bent in half. What have you done? You are far too complicated. Twist it there. Arse. Well, we always knew that every time we pulled the pins out we saw shit that went wrong. Arse. Crappity poo. push down some of these pins. Let's wind you back a bit. No, that didn't mean fall out of the pot. That meant don't be stuck on a pin. There's a very different statement. Thank you. The only problem with threads is they catch on everything, and I mean everything. Hey! Rory! Don't you do that! Don't you talk back to me like that. You're alright, Amy. What was that about? What was that about? You're asleep. Bit in there. Get off. Come on. Let's have a look. Yeah, you'll be alright. You'll be alright. I'm not going to lose for ages, have we? Alright. You are always in your Rory, come here. What was that about, my man? You haven't woken up and chosen violence for a while. What was all that about? It's not going to be sorry to me. Oh, she got your nose. Well, yeah, I think you deserved it as you started it. Yeah, a scratch on your nose. It's not even bleeding. No. Yeah, you've got a scratch on your nose. Well, don't wake up and choose violence. Children. Seriously? What was all that about? Come up here. Come on. It's alright. It's not how you need to wake up in the morning, is it? Are we a little calmer now? I don't care if she told you to fuck off in, doggy. You don't have to fight her. No. Well, you came out a bit unscathed, frankly. Puppies. In case you didn't work out what was going on, Rory woke up, chose violence, and set about biting his sister. And meaning it. So I body slammed him on the couch, because, well, got to pin him down somehow. There is no blood. Where was I? He does this. It's almost a form of PTSD. She probably wagged her tail and touched something, and it will be no more than that. alright, little one. Come on. It's alright. It is. It is. Yeah, you good girl. I know. I know. It was a bit of a wild awakening, wasn't it? Yes, it was. It was someone choosing violence. Yes. Oh. Hello to you. But don't stamp on him, because, well, that definitely won't help cheer him up, will it? No. Hmm? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, little one. Yes. Oh, what are you on? That's right, you headbutt the light. That makes it all better. Doesn't it? Eh? So better. Is it? Now, are we calmer now? Hmm? Come on. Stop licking your paw. No blood, don't. Whatever. licking whatever it is that you're licking. No. Whatever that was. No. It's just one of your neighbours going out. What did I say about going back? Doesn't look twisted. None of that one. Woke them up. You got the bean now? Have you made up with your sister? All of these. Not my happiest moment, but there we go. I'm going to need all of these because the last two rows I didn't twist the first pair. Picture the face of unhappiness. Let's move it around a little bit. You're just in time to watch me undo a big chunk because I screwed it up. Thank you. Yeah, I screwed it up. Let me show you. I need to go up a bit and I need to go across a bit. Now, I can't overly see on. No, I know. So if you look here, these two threads are parallel, where the end of my pointer is, and technically so are the ones above. I forgot to twist them because I'm stupid, and so I spotted it, so back I'm going. I could leave it. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are plenty in the ones made already, but I have always vowed. Thank you for the follow at home with Hobbit. Thank you very much. So yes, I'm about to undo a couple of rows of this chunk here because I'm a stupid person and forgot to twist things. And I am. Well, I know everyone makes mistakes, and to be honest, I I've made more than plenty. I mean, I could pull out any one of the squares I've done so far and show you a veritable host of mistakes. But there is mistakes and spotting. Thank you. It would be even better if I was doing it and not undoing it, I can assure you. So, why am I so determined to undo them? Well, no one wants to have mistakes in their work. And while to an extent mistakes are inevitable, I can assure you I am human, or at least I think I am. You know, it is quite feasible for mistakes, but there is a difference between having a mistake and having and that you can't feasibly bring yourself to go back. So, for example, if it had been back here, I would not be going back to fix it. You can just... no. However, the fact that it is just here and it's not that long ago does mean that we can go back and we can fix it. And then it won't be a mistake because I will have fixed it. And there'll be one less thing to look at later when it's done and I look at all the mistakes. So let me look at the previous one. Yeah, I need to do the previous row too. So we should go back and do those. To be honest, ads. Oops, threw it out on the floor. I do that a lot. Thank you, Rory. Now you've really annoyed it because you've got them all tangled around things. Thank you for that. Come on. If you're coming up, come up. Now you need to lie down. I can't do this with my left hand, my man. Yes, you are forgiven. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I know you're sorry. It's all right. Kisses for you too. Amy, I can't do both of you. So, hopefully you're back from the adverts. I'm having to have a small intermission of my own. Before you came, Dog A woke up, chose violence over Dog B. There was no blood, although more by luck than judgment. Dog A is now apologising profusely and is being annoying. Dog B was a little bit surprised because she was asleep when Dog A woke up and decided to bite her head off, literally. Didn't you? Yes. They're fine. They've probably already forgotten. Except he is being a bit sorry, so he knows that he did wrong. Don't you? Because you haven't met them, let me introduce my two furry. That's what they do when they're asleep. They're brilliant. They are. I love them very much, especially when they're asleep, because they're very well behaved when they're asleep. This pin feels short. Why does this pin feel really short? You feel shorter. You are shorter. It's not my imagination. Anyway, now we go back redoing exactly what was done before because, well, it was only the twists that were wrong. So, and I've just seen another one, but it can go jump. I'm not going back that far. Bollocks, bollocks. This is where I have less patience. I was doing so well. I was really on a roll. I was having a good morning. I've done loads, and I was feeling pleased. I know it's afternoon now. Shut up. And all of that. But there's mistakes I'll leave and mistakes I won't. And the general rule of thumb is if I haven't pulled the pin out on it yet, there is a reasonable chance I will go back and fix it. But there is another untwisted one back here somewhere, and life is just a bit too short for that, so I'll live with that one. Worst thing is I'm sure I remember twisting them. Well, as I explained earlier, I am definitely no expert. I did some of this when I was a kid. I made 3 whole strips, and it was one of those... It wasn't 3 strips of prettiness, it was... No, you can't add... You can't fake twisting them. There are things you can fake and things that just you can't. So I'm not an expert. As I say, I did 3 strips where, so for example, cross twist is half a stitch. Actually, you can't see that. I pressed the wrong buttons. Hang on. There you go. So, let me undo that and you can see it again. So, this is half a stitch. Cross, twist. Right? So, they would make you do that for like 3 inches. Right? So, stuff like that is not exactly... And then, of course, you didn't do anything other than peel it off and start the next experiment. Right? So, with that in mind... I did some stitches when I was a kid, and that was as far as I got. I never made anything like this. I never made an actual thing. I only ever made a couple of strips, and, well, because I didn't have any patterns, I didn't know what else to do with it, so I was kind of stumped, really. Anyway, a few months ago, so round about September, I think it was, my brain woke up and went, Liz, yes, brain, I want to do lace making. What, brain? You haven't done this for like 40 years. What? But I want to do lace making. Okay, brain, fine. Because it'll bang on about it if I don't, so you have to do these things. So I made a pillow out of a cooler box and some pegs for bobbins, some thread that I already had. It was a bit thick, but it'll do, you know. Size 40 crochet thread. It's a bit thick, but not actually that much thicker than this. So why have I now got spare pins? Oh, I know why. That's right. Made me worry for a minute. I really screwed it up now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I woke up, as I say, in September. I made some bookmarks, and I'm not a frilly girl, really not. So my brain wanted to make something for me. That was nice of it. But, well, what would I make for me? Because, well, I don't exactly do lace. So I kind of went, and my brain went, well, there's a window upstairs. You could make a net curtain. That's all right. Autistic brains are very welcome here. You can join mine. Although my name is Liz. I've had the Kim thing my entire life, so worry not. You're not the first. You won't be the last. So yeah. I'm good. I'm all right. As I say, you missed Dog A beating the crap out of Dog B. But there is no blood and death, so that's fine. He hasn't done that for a while, to be fair to him. It's a kind of PTSD response. They came from a not very happy background, and yeah. So this is not magical, to be honest. There are only two moves: cross and twist. Cross is left over right, twist is right over left. That's it. Everything is, it's a bit like crochet is poke, wrap, pull. Knitting is poke, wrap, pull. You just poke and wrap different things. So with that in mind, technically it's not hard. Practice, clearly harder than it sounds. But it isn't hard to do. Rory, your sister's in the spot. You'll have to go up a different spot. You will. Don't headbutt Hedgie in your eye, for Christ's sake, dog. Let me move Hedgie. You just see that happening. Him headbutting Hedgie with his pins in his eye. That would be really... Your sister's sitting there. It's alright, Amy. Come on. You sit the other side then. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah. But basically all you do is cross and twist your way across around, and you follow the pattern on the piece of paper. So with that in mind, it really isn't too hard. You put the pins where the dots are. This is a thing that I have worked out that is not taught anywhere. And I'll explain it on the way back. Hang on. can... So, let me do this bit first. Right. Normally, a hole stitch or a cloth stitch is cross, double twist, cross. Like that, right? And it's normally just cross, twist, cross, because you just happen to use that, right? But let me make you think about that a bit more. You're going to do the same to the next pair. So you do the cross and the twist. And normally, this one then goes over that. But this one then starts by crossing over the first one, which means that these two cross over that, which then means these two twist over that, which means these cross over that. So basically, it's just a way to do it quicker. And it's just well, it cuts out extra moves because, well, cloth stitch is arguably three moves. So cross, twist, cross. Well, if you join them together, it becomes 2 for most of the row. Well, then that's quicker, isn't it? And you're less likely to screw it up. So, you just have to remember to hide the ones that you've already thrown away. 1, 2, 3, 5. I used all my pins. I did. One of the things I am struggling with, which is my own fault, frankly, but you'll soon discover why. And Amy, don't wind him up. Thank you. I am really slow compared to a lot of the women you can find on the internet, right? There truly are some people, and I will do you an impression of them. They literally seem to pick up a bobbin and go, and they'll have done like a whole ton of stuff. Now, even when you know what you're looking for, so you can see the pattern close enough just about to work out what stitch she's about to do, she goes, and you go, I didn't even see these move. I didn't see her touch none of these. She literally seems to go, and you're kind of going, how does that work? Because these... And it almost, I mean, it just looks like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? It looks like speeded up film. And it's not. But it almost looks... Well, imagine you were part of like the Stone Age or whatever, whenever knitting was invented, somewhere in the medieval period, I think. And you showed them knitting machines where they'd go, vzz, vzz. But of course, one thing you've got to remember is if you go back far enough, this would have been someone's full-time job. And if you do this as a full-time job, well now, yeah, I can imagine that. I mean, I will point out, if you go back even a week or so ago, me doing this, can you not lick me, dog? That's right, he's being sorry, which is fine, but he's licking my arm, which is really irritating, and anyone with slight... I don't mind being licked by my dogs, but there's being licked by my dog and being licked by my dog, in the sense of when you're licking my arm when I'm trying to do things, it's just irritating. And stop licking my jumper, because that's even more irritating. And now, how can licking my jumper be a problem? I don't know, but it is. It drives me up the wall. absolutely. And anyway, if you go on YouTube and you go back a couple of weeks, I won't say that I don't do the 2/2 thing, right? But this has grown today. I mean, we've been doing this 3.5 hours, right? And I've done, I think I did I do that bit? Can't remember. But I've certainly done all the bit with pins in today. And that is far faster than I've ever done that before. But part of that is because of Mr. Hedgie here. And reusing the pins out of the work rather than my annoying, I have huge vat of pins. And picking a pin out of there was really slowing me down. And I was really conscious that the slowest part of my lace making really was getting the pin in the cushion to move on to do the next bit. And so, I mean, I don't have aspirations of being those women that we see on the shorts going zzz, and, you know, it's almost like it's scrolling off the back of the table. I have no aspirations of that because, well, if I did this in a week, right, let's pretend that I do the rest of my squares in a week. Oh, you haven't got my squares up. There we go. So let me explain for at home with Hobbit. Those squares represent these squares, so you may notice they're made of triangles. So I'm working on the third triangle of the current square. I need 18 squares, which is 72 frickin' triangles. Already beginning to resent the triangles, but then I knew I would, so I'm impressed I've got this far. It's going to be a net curtain. It's going to be an ugly net curtain. I'm aware of that. It's going to have the joins in it. And the fact that I'm making them in squares and not one sheet, for example. Do you have any ideas how many bobbins would be involved with making a 43 centimetre wide sheet of lace? Now, I've got a cushion that will do 30 inches, I think. And one day, I will try it. But that is not today. That is not now. That's like toddler first stood up and you booked them on the Iron Man endurance race, right? It's not a thing. I find huge quantity of bobbins. I'm getting better. Tend to give me a bit of anxiety because matey, tangly, breaky, right? Because that is not what you need in life. You really don't, all it takes is the dog to knock the thing flying, which, they have done. And suddenly there's broken bits and you're spending 6 weeks untangling it all. And I just can't mentally face that. Rory, your head's in the way. So, with that in mind, we are making it in squares because that's a practical way to cover an area by making smaller things and join them together. I also don't have an easy way of designing something that big because, well, I mean, I could glue a crap load of bits of paper together and but it's kind of impractical, right? So, doing it this way is kind of practical. I could change the middle, as I was saying earlier, I could change the middle to be something else later. I only have to get to the last 4 before I truly decide if I'm going to make the middle different. I mean, part of me says just do this mesh ground stitch for the ones in the middle so that this becomes the outside border. Let's do for Hobbit what I did for where's my cloth gone? We do for Hobbit what I did for Solo earlier. Sorry if I shorten your names, but I'm only going to mispronounce it all if I don't, so it's in your interest to live with that. So let me show you. Hobbit's fine. I'll go with Hobbit then. So we are making these. Put it in view. That would help, wouldn't it? So we are making. Still not in view. Oh, so there we go. So we are making little squares, and obviously I have some more of them. So I have, to match the coloured in ones, as you will therefore not be too surprised, I have 3 of them. For I have said I have done 3 of them, and here 3 of them are. And obviously if I join them together, this is the width of my window, because I don't like my net curtains all roughly to that. So this is going to potentially be my net curtain. And I designed these myself, based on an idea of someone else's. I'm not going to deny that. But I didn't like how their thing looked. But I want to share with you the other things. Now I can show you the bookmarks I made. I know Solo likes them. So let me, my pot of stuff. So we have the original bookmark. Let me move this up a bit, because for some reason this has been, I swear the dogs must have hit it, because it's not normally. So let me go through these. Then I did a coloured one. It's kind of a pus green. It looks better on camera. So there's a pus green one. Then I didn't bother finishing the bottom of this one, but I tried adding a bit of gold for just the diamondy bits. And there's another one, there it is. And then I made this one, which is silver. Oops, stuck to me fingers. There we go. So I made a silver one. At this point, I kind of looked into, hey, how do I make a big squarey kind of net curtain thing? The gold one is quite nice. I like the gold one. I did a bit of a practice how to combine some stitches, and I also came up with this kind of cloth stitch that was a lot more open than the normal cloth stitch, which I really quite liked. I went on an experiment to see if this was going to be a practical answer for a curtain, but it's a bit too, it's not stable, it bends, and it's not connected enough. It would need a lot more connectors in it, and it doesn't really lie very flat. Hang on, let me lie it down a bit more. There you go. It looks a little bit manky because, well, as I say, it doesn't tend to lie very flat. So then I made a square. This was the original square. This is the design upon which I varied. Didn't like the holes. Flies can get through that. Didn't like the spiders. Now, these are spiders. Now, there are many ways of doing spiders. And in fact, where is it? This is the commonest spider. So, has a really solid middle and long legs. But you can kind of make their bodies wider with their legs. Now, this is a smaller spider, but I made their bodies less dense because I knew I didn't like spiders. I just didn't like it. And even if they were proper spiders, I don't think I'd like it. And then there are spiders in the outside bit that you can't really see. And even if you look close up, it looks more like I fucked up, frankly. So, didn't want the fuck up portions, didn't really want the spider portions. So I tried this, which was a variant. So this is a stitch called Rose Ground, which makes like squares with circles in the middle. And the honeycomb thing, which I quite like, but flies. And then I tried these little mini squares in the middle. Decided that'd be a bit dark for a net curtain. So here came the original triangle that was going to be the very, very first triangle of my net curtain. Why is it not part of your net curtain list? Well, that's because of spangles. And the bobbin's run away. There it is. For your information, a spangle is the dangly bit of wire with beads on it that gets on your nerves. And I have it there to remind me how much I hate them. I have quite a lot of those bobbins. And so I tried a slightly different stitch right at the end here because I got to about here and I already knew this was not going to be the first triangle. So I did this, and there's a few mistakes in it. Never mind, eh? I made it slightly bigger, I think, after this. It's only a hair bigger, but I made it slightly bigger. And this represents my loss of sanity. For, as you can imagine, drawing is good. Drawing is good. I can't draw for toffee, so drawing is good. So, Hobbit, with in mind that this is this kind of part of the triangle, like that, right? Well, let me explain why it's the square of insanity. So, obviously, when you make a square, you make a number of triangles, and if you look really carefully, there's a line here where I joined it, okay? Now, the join, I'm not great at joins, mainly because, well, I haven't had the practice. Same with finishing, not so hot on that. Mainly because, well, you've seen, well, you haven't seen all that I've made because I've got 2 more bits to show you. But sewing along this line takes me, well, doing the thing along this line takes me quite a while. And I'm not overly happy. I mean, if I was giving it away, selling it, I could not do what I do, right? The way I've been doing it would not wash, right? Well, it would wash because that's why I do what I do, but it would not be professional finish. And a lady said, oh, well, if you're struggling with the finish, oh, I am, try doing this. Okay. Well, I have this magic tool. Here it is. It is a rounded needle with a string on the end, right? And what you do is you poke the needle through, and the thread goes with it. You shove your bobbin through the loop made by that bit of string and the needle, pull it through, so now you've got the bobbin loop on the other side, poke the other bobbin through that bobbin's hole, because they come in pairs, and you've kind of now joined the thing together. You then have to do a knot to secure it. I then glue it because I'm buggered if that's coming undone. It takes me about a month to do a square. Can you imagine 18 months later having made my net curtain, I know, dog pukes on it or whatever, right? Need to wash it and it fell apart. Not happening. It is going to be glued. I don't care if it's not right and not, but I need this thing to be washable, right? So it takes me a good 2 or 3 hours to sew this, right? This little square, this like 1.5 centimetre portion, took me 4.5 fucking hours. Excuse my French, but the F is necessary in this. And literally, you can go and find me on YouTube, because I've saved them all, losing my shit. I boil down to the hysterically laughing, can't think, say, speak level of lost my stuff. The word frustrating does not cover it. I will say that the join in this is spectacular. It is, I've washed this. Well, clearly not. That's why this is my square of insanity, dude. I mean, seriously. I mean, to be honest, if I was making this for the king, fine. Anybody else, bite me, right? Anyway, let me show you something a little more successful. Now, all the parts... Well, Naughty Cat will tell you because they were watching me. I proper was not a happy bunny. There was a lot of swearing. I probably used the C word quite a few times. I mean, I really, I do swear a lot. I do apologise because I do swear a lot, but I proper melted on that one. Anyway, to distract my brain slightly post Insanity Square, I decided to use a different lace making technique. Now, You still do the crosses and the twist things, and basically from that point of view, it's the same shit. However, the ground stitch that makes the little net in my squares is half stitch, pin, half stitch. Under Buck's Point, you do cross, twisty, twisty, pin, fuck off and do the next one. So this is stretchy. Look, this stretches, right? Torchon doesn't stretch. And I made this. Now, it's tiny, as you can see. I don't really call this a bookmark because, well, frankly, no book I read's that small. But I also only read on Kindle, so they're not really much bookmarks. Now, around the edge, the kind of feathery, frayed variety. Let me zoom in a bit for you. Let me centre that slightly. Hello, what was that? That was my tin. I need to rescue that. Are these little, well, pinholes. These are the better ones. These are what it should look like. The rest look a little bit dog-eared. Well, it makes it look older in my eyes. It makes it look like it was, you know, made in like 18th century. Let me rescue my tin before the dog eats it. Back again. Right. So, I don't like picos. They just look like pinholes that went wrong to me. I don't like those. But I did, even though I'm not a frilly person, I really liked this. And I really liked making it too. So, spurned on, just before Christmas, I made the most impressive thing in my collection. And this one I am actually proud of. It's got mistakes in it. Of course, it's got mistakes in it. I made it. But let me zoom out a bit for you. Oops, wrong. Oh, all the wrong buttons. Screw it. Let's do it this way. Let me zoom in this way. It's like driving. It's like reversing with a. Now, don't get me wrong. This was a bit of a difficult one to make because the thread on it is like human hair, right? It's not quite that thin, but well, where's my thing? There it is. So, this is the thickness of my normal one. I know you can only just about see it at the bottom. Right, this is the thickness of the thread for the squares I'm making for my net curtain. And in hindsight, yes, I probably should have done thinner. This is the shit for that. Now, if I zoom into that, hang on. Let me zoom over to this. I mean, I know it's only thread, but, well, this one's fat. This one clearly a lot finger for scale, right? It breaks if you so much as fart, frankly. But I didn't do too bad. It only broke once, I think. And right at the very, very end when I was finishing off. So I only had 2 breaks, whereas the lady a lady I know who does some of this, and I didn't know she did this until I started doing it on streams and stuff. But, so, there's quite a lot of bobbins in this. There is more bobbins in this than my 5 1/4 inch square. So, for 2.5 inch wide bit, there are more bobbins in this, so they're a lot more densely put together. Now, the thread is thinner. That's a good thing. But it does mean that when you've got these pinholes, because there are pinholes in it for this, you can't always see them because it's underneath a pile of bobbin, you know, where all of the threads come out from above. There's basically a big kind of almost this squidge of, it doesn't look like there should be, but there is. Just go with it because you can end up in crevices and things. And you cannot see for looking, and you miss them and make holes. Where's my hole gone? There's my hole. There's a few holes. There are plenty of mistakes. Nearly every single one of these flowers is individual. I screwed up uniquely on each and every one. But they look similar enough that, you know, they don't show from a distance. So, I mean, there's a couple of places when I definitely screwed up. I can see I screwed up here, and here, and because they stand out a bit more because obviously the twist's wrong. But to be honest, I am super proud of that. I love it, and it is featherweight stuff. I mean, you know, it's made of nothing. But I am very proud of that. And that's a variety of lace called Buck's Point or Buckinghamshire lace. So I'm very pleased with those. Don't get me wrong. But, you know, so the idea of making all of my net curtain in one go is an idea. But it's one I'm going to have to work up to because that one's just a little out of my sanity for the moment. Gonna have to wait on that one. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4. I need a pair of these. You've got 2 twists now. How did you do that? You weren't twisted a second ago. I looked at you and you didn't have a twist. You lied. Bad bobbins. So, and lots of people said to me, one woman went absolutely nuts at me on Facebook because I was asking about Buckinghamshire Point bookmarks. Because at least a bookmark is useful, rather than doing some random strip of because I made it stuff, right? And she went off on one. She truly did. And she was all kinds of... Because she'd obviously seen that I'm making this torchon net curtain, right? She was like, well, you're fixated with torchon. No, I'm asking about Buck's Point because I want to try it. I want to experiment with it. I want to look at it. You know, just because I can say the word "the" doesn't mean I now don't remember. I'm not interested in the rest of the dictionary, right? And she was getting to the point of, do I report her for this? She was accusing me of things. There was something wrong with her. You know, it really was. Sorry, it just looked a bit funny. Anyway, so she was being a bit weird. Well, considering if she didn't know anything, she could have just not said anything, right? Because it kind of was, hi everybody. I know I've been doing lots of work with torchon. Oh no, actually I didn't mention torchon. I said, as you know, I'm a fairly new beginner, but I'd like to try making some bookmarks with Buck's Point. She brought up torchon. She banged on about how I was obsessing about it, and I was, and it was like, I haven't even mentioned it. I mean, I'm sorry, but can you back off? And I kind of went, no. I want these to be Buck's Point. Yeah, she was just clearly it was the wrong day of the week for her or something. Maybe she got off pills or something. I don't know. I mean, it's a horrible thing to say, but it was such it would be a bit like, mummy, I want to learn the violin. Yes, dear, here's a violin. I played 2 notes. Can I have a flute now, please, mum? Right? If I was doing that as a child, yeah, that would be really irritating. But considering you use the same pins, can use the same thread, can use the same pillow, can use the... having a learn, finding out what is your bag kind of thing, right? Why not? It's not like I'm asking you to teach me. It's not like I'm asking you to personally be, anything like that. So why is it then such a problem that if you don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just checking. If you don't know or you don't have, or you could have just not said. A couple of people said to me, oh, you'll find it really hard if you're a beginner. And I'm like, okay, prepared for that. But I still want to try. I want to have a little go. And this woman was still banging on. She must have posted like 20 posts. And I stopped. Well, initially I was kind of trying to defend myself a bit with, well, no, I know I've only done torchon to date. That's why I want to try this, because it's different and I want to understand how it's different, what it's like. Oh, you can't mix. I'm not asking to mix them. I want to do a bookmark, because, well, make a strip. I don't want to make strips. I'm asking about bookmarks because they're slightly shaped strips, but they're useful and maybe I can give them to people. And she just kept banging on, and it was kind of like, I think I did in the end actually reach out to one of the group owners and kind of go, you know, what did I do to wind her up? And they kind of went, don't know. Just ignore her. And you know, I kind of went, okay, yeah, you know, it probably is the best answer. But at the same time, I can almost imagine her getting angry because now I was ignoring her, you know, and doing the, oh, so you agree I'm right then kind of a, you know, kind of usual argument, you know, sore loser thing, right? Oh, there's... Facebook can be really, as you say, sometimes on Facebook, some people are. Some groups are, some groups aren't. And to be honest, you don't always know until you've tried. And to be honest, most, 90% of the lace people are nice. Now, there was one lace group that I left kind of in a bit of a huff, which was, they weren't the beginners group. They were just like, you know, a lace group. And I posted my square. Hey, look, I finished my square. It was a Thursday or something. I posted my square and I said, hey, I'll be on Twitch tomorrow. I didn't even include the link. I just mentioned I will be on Twitch tomorrow if you'd like to come and join me. I think it was Saturday night. So this was like Thursday afternoon. Saturday night, my post was rejected. And the woman had a go at me for selling. No. And then when I challenged it, I kind of went, I don't understand. I'm not selling. So I don't understand why that would be the rule I've considered I've broken. Oh, well, your stream clashes with ours. I'm sorry. But I didn't mention what time it is. And this was Thursday night, so my stream was Friday. Yours is Sunday. So the fact that you haven't looked at any of your pending posts for a bunch of days does not make it my fault, love. And she was a bit bent out of shape because, well, she realised she was wrong. Because obviously I was right. I posted it on Thursday, implying my stream was Friday. And their thing is on a Sunday. So I think it's about now, actually. And, you know, I can't be seen to be promoting something while theirs is on. Well, first of all, love, I wasn't. And I don't take kindly to being accused for things I didn't do. If I did it, fair cop. But I didn't do what she said. And she was just getting pissier and pissier. And I went, fine, you know what? If you are so threatened by a beginner who the only day of the week I guarantee to stream is a Friday, that you find that that's a threat to your Sunday stream, yeah, I don't need to be part of this group. I haven't got time for fragile egos like that. You know, I'm really not. So yeah, I left that one. As you say, sometimes they're great. I mean, I'm on a whole bunch of groups on Facebook, and some of them are wonderful. And I mean, there was a weaving group or two, and there was a lady who used to run a business, right? She used to have a business selling weaving supplies. And I'd bought a bunch of her stuff, and I followed her group. Because sometimes she'd announce, you know, stuff. Anyway, one day she asked if, you know, if there was anyone who could help moderate the group. And I was like, yeah, I can if you want. I'm a moderator on a couple of other groups. It's not a particularly busy group, so yeah, I can do that. So she made me a moderator of a group I'd never previously been part of and set out some rules. Now, it was a buy and sell group, and in short, sellers are only allowed to post 2 things a week, and previous ones must be deleted. So you can only have 2 live things for sale. And for the sake of the argument, say I posted bookmarks, nobody else is now allowed to post bookmarks that week. But then she was getting pissy because the group wasn't growing. Well, you've already said that if the picture's poor, you've got to reject it. If they do this, you've got to reject it. If someone's already posted something like it, you've got to reject it. They can't have more than 2 things. And anyway, kind of, I don't know, it must have been October now, as most crafty people know. The crafting Christmas season starts early because, well, for example, if this net curtain was going to be someone's Christmas present, it's going to have to be a Christmas present for about 2 years' time. So, let's be truly fair. Sometimes you have to start work on your Christmas stuff quite early. And it was like October, and someone posted some Christmas coloured things, i.e. dark green, red, gold, that kind of stuff. It didn't even have the word Christmas in it. And I approved it, because it was unlike anything else that was on there at the time, blah 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 blah. She then removed it and had a go at me, because we're not doing Christmas stuff yet. Okay, love, I'm out. You've got 4,000 rules in your head that you've not told anyone about, and you're wondering why the group's not growing. Because they can't keep up with your stupid rules either. Basically, it was like 3 of her friends getting to post, and that was about it. Everyone else seemed to be rejected in their favour, you know. And so I bowed out of that, and I also bowed out of all the other groups she'd added me to. Well, it is, and hobbies are supposed to bring you joy, right? Now, admittedly, you know, I curse and swear, and, you know, don't most of us do as we do our hobby, and allegedly we enjoy it. Now, there are aspects we enjoy, and there are aspects maybe we don't so much, such as the finishing portion, as discussed earlier. Maybe this is my Achilles heel. I really don't like that bit, but you can't really start one without finishing it. So, yeah, it is a necessity. But, you know, for something that's supposed to be, you're doing it for fun, you're doing it because you want to, and even if you are doing it for business reasons, for example, so you are trying to flog your things and make a few quid along the way, you still should be allowed to enjoy it. And this woman was sucking the life out of everything. So I left all of her groups, to be honest. Because if she's like that about that group, what is she like to the... And I'd seen the other side. Because she had one group for admins, not a group for admins for each of the groups that she had. She basically made you admin of all the groups that she had, but asked you not to touch the other ones. And then when someone was on holiday, oh, can you look after this? No, I don't know anything about that group. You told me to leave it alone, so I've not even looked at it. I'm not, you know, I'm part of it, but I didn't want to be. You put me in there. No. And so, again, you know, people like that just don't need it. And it is frustrating for people because, you know, as a user, if the rules are not made clear to you, how can you be expected to follow them? You know, but at the same time, I also ran into the flip side of that. So I was in a weaving group, and this lady posted, oh, I've got problems understanding this pattern. Okay. And I said, yeah, I can help, because it was really quite a simple pattern. And she sent me some private messages, and she sent me a picture of the thing she was trying to understand. And she goes, well, what will it look like? Well, a bit like with this, in the weaving pattern, you normally have warp and weft. So the screenshot she had showed how to set the threads up at the top and what to do with the treadles or lifting of shafts at the side. And then in the middle is a big square showing you the pattern that will come as a result. What will it look like? Oh. I did a degree in this, but I've forgotten it all. Well, thank you, love, for reminding me why at my age of 52, I am not allowed to be a manager at my company because I don't have a degree. But you can't remember stuff you did. Oh, it was only 2 years ago. Oh, and you do this. And turns out she weaves for a business, but can't read really simple patterns. Anyway, I helped her through it, and she kept telling me how everyone would be rude to her, and everyone with this. And I was kind of like, I don't see why. You know, if you've forgotten, and you haven't, And then she started off with the, well, I'm selling this. Well, hang on. If you've said about doing this, you must know what it looks like, because, well, for someone to have agreed to it, they probably wanted to know what it would look like. Okay. Even if you're making it in advance and we'll flog it as is later, surely, you've planned a little bit ahead. Okay, maybe not. Who am I to judge? Fine. Anyway, we went through all this. I must have sat there for a month explaining to her little bits, because she'd go, I've got this far and I don't see where I am. Well, literally it drew little diamonds on the screen. So if you're halfway through the diamond and it's like not the odd diamonds, it's the even diamonds, you must be here. Oh, how can you tell that? Well, because, anyway, did all that. 3 months later, shit you not, she was back. I've got problems understanding a pattern. And posted the exact screenshot from before. Wasn't even a new screenshot of the same pattern. It was the exact screenshot. Claiming she didn't understand it. This is a woman being paid to make them. And obviously every time she sits down to do it, she's got goldfish brain. She can't remember. Now, part of me feels sorry for her, because if she really has that... if you really do have that level of problem remembering, how the fuck did you get a degree? Because, no offence, that makes a mockery for the rest of us. Because I'm judged as stupid because I don't have one. But compared to you, love, I'm freaking, I'm Stephen Hawking. It's... And she was straight back on at me. And when I said to her, but this is the exact pattern we had last time, pointed up at the rest, it's in the conversation above. All of your questions that you've currently got, we covered last time. Oh, well, I didn't keep my notes. Then you're stupid. If you wrote down a whole load of notes for all of the explanations and you chucked them away... Do I look like your mother? So, yeah, I ran away from her and blocked her. I don't generally block people on Facebook. I mean, there's lots of people I strongly disagree with, but I don't normally block them. But I did not want to hear from this lady again, ever again. I did not want to see if she ever, because the last thing I then wanted to see is her show a picture of how she made this, when frankly it's, other than actually pressing the, it felt like I'd done all of the work and all she'd done was watch, kind of thing. I just didn't want to be part of that, And you've all mated up, haven't you? There you go. Well, it's not just... I mean, to be honest, it's most crafting groups have similar drama. There is always someone, there is always a group, there is always, right? I think, and some of it is because the internet is free to be who you want to be. Now, many of us, I mean, Solo mentioned earlier, being autistic, so am I. And as a whole, in normal society, I am sitting there trying to have not an offensive look on my face, trying to make sure I'm paying attention to all the social cues so that if I'm talking and people are going, oh, fucking shut up, that I might notice, because I won't. And I'm looking really hard. It's really draining. But of course, like this, I don't have to do any of that. You lot can tell me to shut up and I'll probably go, oh, that's nice. but I can always ban you and all, so I don't have to deal with it. But you don't. On the internet, if I want to be, you know, if I wanted to come over as rich and sophisticated, as long as I could keep it up, I could pull it off. It is, you know, people can be rude and ignorant on the internet because they do not deal with the consequences. People can be moody, they can be, you know, pretentious and elitist, because lots of people in crafting, doesn't matter what crafting you do, there'll be people that will go, oh, well, if you're not using this, why are you even doing it? You know, I know, picking a cooking equivalent. Well, if you haven't got a hexclad plan, I mean, why are you even cooking with that? It'll kill you. No, not necessarily. I mean, it might, but it's more down to me cooking than the pan. It is. Some people just inevitably seem to have, you know, this keyboard warrior attitude of, I'm right, everybody else is wrong. And it is very frustrating, because sometimes it's not that they're wrong. Technically, don't know how much longer I'll be on today, but I might be back. Well, I hopefully will be back tomorrow and the day after and the day after. I just randomly take the days off, mainly because I get tired and want to do something else. But I do need to go and get a bit more drink, so I'm going to go and get a drink now we're in ads. So, go and do that now. Right, I want to show you this. I need to make sure I cover up my address, I guess. But my instructions to Amazon specifically state, do not put through the door. Can you see the teeth marks in that? Because, of course, they put it through the door. And we don't like things coming through our door. I mean, I need to point out, look how big this parcel is. Do you know how big the thing in it is? Wait for it. Got to get in it yet. Here you go. Yep, that was it. This tiny little pot that... Seriously, Amazon. Oh, well, at least I've got some. At least I've got some cross-stitch needles. Now you've lost mine, dogs. Explained earlier. How do I explain this without being mean to them? It's very difficult. They were over enthusiastic one day, and they roared down the room, and knocked over the stand with my my cross-stitch frame on it, and I've got a little magnetic needle holder. Well, the needle wasn't attached to a piece of thread in my work, it was just on the needle holder. Anyway, last night, went to go to bed. They knocked it over a couple of days ago, and I picked it all up after going, really? And I noticed this little thing on the floor, size of like half a pea. What's that? Looks like a battery. Or a magnet. It's a magnet. What on earth can that be a magnet from? And then I looked at my stand and noticed that my holder was missing. Amy, stop licking my hands, little one. Anyway, I found the rest of the holder on the floor. And because the top half of the holder's also got a magnet in it, it wasn't so bad. So I'm going to cross all these now while I think about it, so that I don't fuck it up later, because that's usually what happens with these things. There's 4 more somewhere. Doesn't work out. Hang on. It's the top one. It's the next one. It's the third one. No, I need 2 here. Okay. Right, just checking. So, the pin that I used to unpick any knots, because I'm really good at knotting it, apparently. Oh, I had that. That was still on the pin holder. The needle, the useful bit, because bear in mind, of course, I've got a billion pins. I could have replaced that pin in a heartbeat. But the actual pin, the actual needle to do the work with, don't know where it went. Couldn't find it. I probably picked it up and did something and put it somewhere not safe. You know how it is. So yeah, that was irritating. So I couldn't do any last night because, well, I didn't have a needle to do it with. But I do now. I mean, I don't know. They look slightly bigger than I remember. But I'm not a needle aficionado, and needle sizes don't mean anything because it's not like... I mean, crochet tends to, while they've got letters for it, they also tend to put the millimetres on. Yeah, that's probably a bit big, but whatever. I don't know what's bigger and smaller though. Is a bigger number smaller? Is a bigger number bigger? I mean, because it's not like there's a helpful picture that kind of goes, this is the one that you want, you know. I mean, it's logical. I know that needles come in different sizes, but I always just thought there was kind of like upholstery needles, sewing needles, and I didn't know that there were like 58 different sizes of needles. Why would I know that? Never mind. You look like you got too many twists in it. Always one long one. The itches. Don't know why. Probably stress. Usually is. It's more like there's a fly who keeps landing on my head. I'm very sensitive to flies. You know how like you go to some people, you go, oh, there's a fly, and you're like, oh, is there? No, I know the instant they land. It can be the tiniest thing as well. We get lots of thunder flies around here. Something I've never really suffered from before. But where we live, we get a lot of thunder flies, and me and my neighbour both absolutely hate them. Because she's like me, they almost have to only be within an inch of her, she's already itching. We do get quite a bit of wildlife here. Sometimes the cute and lovable kind, and sometimes the less desirable. A little while ago, we were streaming, and how do I say this nicely? Something flew in and landed on my pillow, and it was quite a reasonable size thing. the wrong package. This feels like you actually need to be this one. Like that. It's because you do. And it's youthful. Come on out of there. And it was this bug. What kind of bug? No idea. I did look it up. It was a hornbeam something or horn something. Some plant that I can't remember the name of, but it's got the word horn in it at the beginning. And it was kind of mainly green with a little bit of red kind of markings. Well, I say red, they were kind of a blackish red colour. And it literally kind of went poof. And I kind of, because, you know, bit of a shock. And, you know, it kind of went ting as it hit something. And it came back for some more. So, was not happy. I put it in a pot. I caught it in a pot and took it out later while it gave me the evil eye, you know. But it's like there's something flying and landing on my hair. Because I can feel things landing on my hair as well. I don't know what it is. You can't tell, and I'm just going to go slightly nuts, so that's okay. Don't know what that is. Don't need that on there. don't need pin, idiot. Doing the thing. Itch. Have a look at myself. Spider crawling on my head or something. Can't see anything obvious. Can't see anything spectacularly obvious for that. Just grabbing my hairbrush. I'm going to brush my hair, see if that cheers it up. Don't know why it's feeling itchy. I mean, I get eczema and stuff in my hair, so, but it's not usually itchy like this. It's a bit knotted, but again, that doesn't make it itch. I should point out I've got waist length hair, so brushing it is not a 2-second job. Hang on, I'll put it back in the plait. Hang on. Because the last thing I need to do is trap half my hair in mid lace making. Unless it's a grey one, it's going to show up pretty bad. this is why some of you end up really long because you're annoying. And you were short. somewhere. There we go. Part of me is really determined to finish this triangle because we are so close. But I do need to stretch a little. I have to get me one of those yoga things that are doing the rounds. One where you know, all the adverts with the, oh, did you hear it crack? Have you never done that on your couch, love? Put your arms up, lean back on your couch. The same bit of your back's going to crack if you do that. You don't need an expensive ball to do that with. I'm getting good at those. It's weird considering I pull on my bobbins. There we go. Actually, let's put you in a stick. That's what we're done. I can put you up there, which gives me a bit more space for you. This is the ones that I nearly always forget to twist. So, and I need a pair of you. Right. Yep. Welcome to the channel. I am not the ladies that you will see on shorts on YouTube and stuff who literally they kind of go literally it look even as someone who knows what stitches they're doing, they still look like they just pick a bobbin up and go like this and it all happens, right? I'm not that fast. I am feeling faster today than normal, which is kind of why I'm still going actually, because, you know, ride the wave. And I don't know quite why. I mean, some of it is the pins. I've been blaming the pins as, you know, it feels like 80% of the time of lace making is poking the pin in the hole. Because I'm using my pins slightly differently today, it is proving to be a worthwhile experiment because, well, clearly it seems faster. Now, is that just... So, yeah, it is... Anyone who says that their crafts are relaxing, in essence, is not entirely truthful. Not all parts of crafting is relaxing. Well, and that is a very true fact. And like a lot of it, it looks like voodoo. Some are, yeah. So I've changed from doing little squares with holes in the middle to solid bits. Why? Because the piece of paper underneath shows a square there and a solid bit there. Now, admittedly, I did design this, but it is just following the piece of paper underneath. Now, obviously, a lot of the time, you can't see a lot of it, but if I move these sideways, you can see there's a zigzag there, but only dots here. This tells me that the dots are a different stitch. That's this netty bit there. The zigzag gives you this solid bit, and the little squares give you, not that you can see it too well, but these little squares with holes in, right? They've got proper names: ground, cloth, rose ground. But to be honest, squares with holes in works, right? It's as you say, when you don't know what they're doing, and if you were trying to copy me without asking, you know, can you slow that down? Can you show me? Then this is far too fast to learn from, right? And as you say, anyone doing anything, it's the, can you show me that? Sure. I'm sorry, I blinked. I missed that. Do you mind doing that again? No, I meant at a pace when my brain might actually see some of the individual parts, right? We've all known people like that. And for example, I did ask some of the people who were on the channel at the time, would doing some kind of videos stroke streams, because, well, that's where I'd start, to be honest, showing how to be interesting. I mean, in some ways it'd be very difficult, because let's say I said, right, tomorrow, although tomorrow's Monday, it's a really bad example, but let's say, okay, next Saturday I'm going to get up super freaking early and we'll start at 9 o'clock and I will go through some utter ball achingly painful basics in a and familiarity does that, right? I mean, I knit, crochet, weave, spin. I'm doing some cloth. I'm doing some cross stitch. I can sew. As you say, to someone who's been doing it consistently, they will get into a routine. Now, your mum, in a shorter period than someone who hasn't done it, you know, maybe has managed to do 3 stitches without swearing. If she set about making a king size blanket, by the way, big things are my thing. Thank you for the follow. Within a week or so, if she was, let's say, on holiday, so she's not working that week, and she was belting through, you know, working through this, if she could time herself at the beginning of the week and the end of the week, she would have sped up a lot, because she knows how to do it. The muscle memory is kind of there. It's just a bit rusty. And she would speed up over the course of the week. And, you know, and you know, but it is very, very true that when you first start doing something, I mean, for example, if you watch the lace making videos, and I will use cloth stitch to demonstrate, they will show your bobbins and they'll almost like spend ages lining them up like this. Sweet. I do big things by default. I am the girl that would kind of, well, I made a couple of bookmarks and then I set about making a net curtain. So, but I taught myself to crochet. First thing I made was the world's most ugly doily in the history of ugly, right? The next day, I bought some yarn because my then husband went, oh good, now you can knit me a jumper. It's crochet, you muppet. If I stab you in the eye with this, this will pull your eye out because it's got a hook on it. If I poke you with knitting needles, I can do both eyes at the same time. You know, kind of as you do in that condescending, it's not knitting kind of way. And to be honest, it's the same with rugby union and rugby league and all those kind of things, is that, oh, well, ours is so different. Yeah, not someone on the outside, it isn't. And I do get it, but even he knows better, right? Anyway, so I knitted him a jumper because the last time I knitted something I was like 8. And all I could remember from my mother when I was learning to knit was, you knit too tightly, was pretty much the mantra of the moment. Every stitch, not so tight. So I relaxed. Well, of course, first of all, I'm an adult. Secondly, it's been a while. Yeah, that jumper could cover my house. I knitted the back really loose. Well, of course, now the back's really loose. The front's got to match, right? But I decided... Oh, I made him one of those as well. I also made a TARDIS blanket. If you... Let me show you. Hang on. clicked on it, you piece of crap. Come on. There we go. It's thinking about it. Right. Some of these are not in the exact order of choice, so bear with me a second. So here is some of the things. So here is my ugly doily that I made at the top. This is, well, frankly, an ugly doily. Here is the jumper that I made, because I made him a jumper, and then using the proportions, I went in and out. It's ugly, no form though. So I made me a jumper. Then I made me a top, made some things for my dad. Anyway, scrolling down a bit, I got into Tunisian crochet, and this is the first thing I made, which was a bit small. Then I made a bigger one. Then I made this. This was a lap blanket, so it's the size of a baby blanket, but it's got a pocket on the back for the lady. She was disabled, so she was in a wheelchair. So I put a pocket on the back for her feet so that it didn't lift up in the wind and she could keep her feet warm. Then I made a silver fox. Then I made a bear. Then I made a gi for a teddy bear. Then I made my fugly hat. That hat's also really warm. Made that for a friend. That was a pattern I worked out. And then I did variations on a theme. So I made a small one. Then I made this for another friend. Then I made a different version of that one for my dad. Then I made a bigger one. Then I made a different one with just kind of like the outside skirty bits. Then I made a tux penguin. That's some... the next one down is the red and black thing is a skateboarding logo of some variety. I don't even know who the logo is. I don't really care, I think is the short answer. Then I made a brown one of the full thing. Then I made a zigzag blanket, which I gave to somebody. Then I made another blanket, which I gave to somebody. Then I made a Celtic knot. Then I made a pudsey for somebody. Then I made a Hesketh bear for somebody. And a scarf with cables. Then I made a baby blanket with a Dalmatian on it for somebody. Then I made this because I could. And so I went, oh my God, that's really cool. And I went, that's the fucking ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. You want it? The next week, it was theirs. Then I made kind of this, which was kind of cool. Then I made a TARDIS blanket. I actually made a couple of those, but only one features on here. Then I got into entrelac crochet, and I made a star crochet. This I made for someone out the most expensive goddamn wool I've ever purchased in my entire existence. And this is what she wanted. She paid for the wool. Yeah, she then used it as a boot liner for a car. So then I made a big entrelac one. Then I made another entrelac one with a pocket on the back so it folds up into a cushion. Then I made a Cadbury's purple and black one for a friend. And then I got bored. So I have. That's actually what's in this. That's actually what some of this is. This kind of weird, expensive one is. So I've done a fair bit of that, but basically there are quite a few things that do not show on here because I forgot to upload them, and so they're all out of whack. But one of the first things I did was, so I made the doily, I made the jumper. I then sat down with, well, probably 8-fold cotton and crocheted me a king-size bedspread. So I have a habit. I have habits. Basically, oh look, I can make a really small ugly thing. Right, what big thing can I make? One of my biggest curses was when I bust my knee. I learnt to double knit and then made a king-size bedspread. And hell's teeth, that was hard work. So 1, 2, 3 and a half. So let's do you. So you go. Because that's what my brain does, which is why I'm documenting this for the next time my brain goes, hey, I've got a really cool idea. Well, here's what your last big idea was about. So, are you really sure you want to do this? You know, it's a bit like when your kid suddenly decides that, you know, it wants to eat the world's hottest chili raw or something. You know, it's kind of how it works is the, you know, kid goes, Mummy, 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 I want to eat a mega hot chili. Really, do you? I'm going to video that so that when you ask next time, I can laugh at you. So this is kind of the equivalent of that, is the, oh, so you want to do something daft? That's fine, but there will be video evidence of it. So that's where we're at. I invite you to join me on my insanity journey. And I am happy to have people to talk to while I do it, because, well, you know, it's always nicer to lose your marbles with friends than on your own. But, well, you learn to like the hot. I mean, I'm a chili fan. I recently discovered that a burger place near me does Naga burgers. Now, in case you have no idea what I'm on about, there are things called Naga chilies, and they're a thing of glory. And you can get, like, from curry houses if you're lucky, things called chicken Nagas, which is basically chicken in Naga sauce. And it is quite hot. I mean, it's not, you know, kill you hot, but it is quite hot. You know, you are not in danger of needing hospitalisation unless you are really sensitive. But normal people, it is quite hot. I mean, we discovered chicken Nagas when my then husband worked for a company and his boss came back from doing a job. Oh, of course there's ads. Wait for the ads. Yay! Hello! Hello! I know, we are normally at very, very different ends of the clock, so, although, to be fair, this is my usual kind of time for weekday streaming. Why are you so stuck in the air? You've got... Anyway, let's put some of you away. 1, 2, 3, 4. There is no hard and fast rule about how many bobbins fit, but 5 seems a good number. Seems to be. So we're very honoured to have the travelling tatter because she's cool. She does the most beautiful tatting thing. And she taught me how to tat the other day. and I had my very own and weird, unique way of doing it. However, it works for me, so to everybody. I have a, well, being autistic, I am slightly weird at the edges, but I have a blob on a stick here. But you see, when I do tatting, not that I'm actually going to do a stitch, but let's say I was going to do one, I could not get the thread and my hand and everything to work. So I put it in front of it and I go up through the hole and then drop it, but then do the tweaky bit, and then I can do the other one, which is kind of over the top around and tweak. And I can do that. And of course that was all off camera, so you couldn't really see. So I go round that way. Hang on. Well, this is it, you know. Occasionally it does want to be annoying because obviously the thread doesn't really want to be that side. But so then I can flip it, and then I come and I do the other half that way, and that flips, and I've now done 2 stitches. And now, sometimes there are good reasons not to do something a certain way. And that maybe you only find out by trying it. I mean, how many times have you watched someone on a cooking show and, you know, I know, they spend ages blending something in a mixer and then add flour and then whisk it by hand? Well, why not just stick it in the frickin' mixer? You've got a whisk attachment on your blender. Just chuck in handfuls of your flour as you were going to do and then mooch in yourself. Why not use the blender? Slow it down. Chuck a thing of... Why make more work? Why make yet another utensil dirty? Why are you doing this to yourself? And so sometimes there are good reasons. And sometimes it's just, that's how they do it. And after all, who says they, in quotes, are right? As I was explaining about the lace stuff, you know, you get different types of lace from different places, but it's all built up of the same 2 moves. Well then, well, flour does go puff sometimes, but not if you do it gently and you know, carefully. But if you know, because lace making is always made of cross and twist, how can you then be, you know, even though different kinds of lace have different... Actually, I'm not going to go that way. I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to go this way for a bit. You know, all the lace making stuff basically boils down to the same stuff. So whether you do kind A or kind B or whatever, the big thing with lace making is consistency. It almost doesn't really matter what you do. You know, just because I've set this out to be ground stitch on the outside with you know, my cloth stitch bits and my rose ground, I didn't have to do that. I could completely ignore that and do half stitch here and something completely different there, and I can do what I want because, well, I can. There is nothing to stop me from doing that. And sometimes you do something maybe as a mistake, or you misunderstood some instructions, and actually you like your way better. You look at it and go, well, actually, I like how mine turns out better than how it was supposed to. I'm going to stick with that. So, you know, if you think of knitting, there's whole ways of knitting. There's pick knitting, throw knitting. So, continental and British, for those who are not entirely sure. Then you've got Portuguese knitting, where you wrap it around your head. Then there's combination knitting. Combination is kind of pick knitting, but instead of doing purl stitches so they come out as purl stitches, you do them so they come out as twisted, and you fix them the next time you touch them. But that way your thumbs don't fall off. Hello, I'm a combination knitter. Well, I am now. I wasn't one for years, but I am now. It is, as you say, sometimes there is room for improvement, and much like my cloth stitch cheat kind of thing, there is always things to be considering. Am I doing, especially if you find doing something uncomfortable. If it's uncomfortable, or it's, proving to be far more hard work than you thought it should be, then chances are either it's doing it that way is not compatible with you. You need to find a different way of doing it. Some things, of course, you can't walk sitting down, so that would be nice. But, there are things you can do. So, for example, yes. And to be honest, no freaking crochet pattern in the history of ever has ever said I'm using US or UK terms. You have to work it out by looking at the picture on the front. At least when it comes to knitting, but, for example, all knitting patterns are written right-handed, unless specifically said otherwise. And a left-handed knitter of mine, a friend of mine, I taught to knit, and I said, well, there's a really easy answer to that. And she looked at me and I went, every left-handed knitter I've ever met or ever spoken to on the internet has moaned because all patterns are right-handed. And she went, I can see why. Because obviously if you're left-handed, you would start with the receiving needle in your right hand, whereas right-handed knit starts with the receiving needles in the left hand. And I said, that's fine. So knit it backwards. When it says right side facing you, have the right side facing away. And she went, I don't understand. Well, then you are doing the stitches in... No, it's not. What do you think the British call slip stitches? Our singles are your doubles. So if you say... There's always a problem, right? So single crochet for an American, if you can say single crochet to a British person, but we do doubles. I learned American, don't panic not. But a single crochet to a true British is a slip stitch. And another name for the slip stitch is a slip stitch. So, it's a bit like pants. My pants go under my trousers. They are not trousers, right? We are divided, but and it's so frustrating. Yeah, to an extent, they generally will. But if you actually look on a lot of the websites, it's because a single crochet is what Americans call a double, right? But it like everything, they like to make these things harder and more complicated. And I need to poke some stitches. Hang on, I need to poke some pins before I start pulling out the wrong pins here. But nearly every single thing, including knitting to an extent, has contradictions. Yes. But back to my left-handed knitter friend. She didn't understand why I said, well, work from the wrong side. So think of these stitches as your knit stitches and think of those stitches as your purl stitches. And she went, I don't understand. And I said, well, because then you follow a standard right-handed pattern. The only difference is right side and wrong side. And I showed her. And I said, right, so imagine we're going to, on our square that we were making, it says, at the beginning, at the end of the row, knit two together or whatever. So you end up with, your slant. And I said, well, you'll do the same. So, because I can knit left-handed. It's one of the few things I can do left-handed. Well, I can do quite a lot of things left-handed. That's not true. but craft-wise, I can quite feasibly knit left-handed. I learned this because someone once very wisely pointed out, if you're working on a really big object like a blanket, and you're doing a king-size blanket of that, turning the project is a pain in the arse. Plus, it's also how you... To an extent, I'm not perfect, but if you're doing a big project and you've got a number of coloured yarns dangling out the back of it, twisting your work is a good way to screw up all your yarns, right? Well, if you don't turn and you knit across and then you knit back and you knit across and you knit back and you're not turning it, it goes a lot faster, you know. And they're right, it does. Now, obviously, not initially while you learn to fumble your way around doing it. It is smart. And so I learned, I tried it and I very quickly got the hang of it. And so I showed her how to follow a right-handed pattern as a left-handed person. And the simple answer is, you know, work with the right side away from you, not towards you. And she was flabbergasted. And I said, now you can use all the commercial patterns that are designed for right-handed people. And it will come out absolutely as expected. Because you are working it as a left-handed person, you're just working it in a mirror. And she went, that's really clever. And I was like, I know, that's how I can teach you it. Because I can't crochet left-handed though. That's kind of where I fall down with crochet is, although, to be fair, because I was a throw knitter, but not a true throw knitter, so I would poke, let go, wrap, and pull, right? I used to, when I first taught myself to crochet, that's how I crocheted. I had the yarn in this hand, the stick in this hand, poke, wrap, pull. Yeah, don't even ask. Don't even ask, dude. Do not ask. That was... And then I tried having the stick in this hand, but I would stick, let go, wrap. It took a while. It really did. But to be honest, crochet is half the reason I became a pick knitter, because I became so much better at holding yarn in this hand and going ka-chink, 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 ka-chink. It became more logical to try knitting with the same concept. And yeah. And then I discovered how much quicker that went. And while speed is not the name of everything, well, like everything, knowing your options. I mean, you think, when we were at school, we were all told long division, multiplication, and all the rest of it. How much of that have you really done as an adult? Hell, you might have been taught log tables and trigonometry. Really, how much of that have you done since you were an adult? But knowing how it works, knowing that you have choices, being in a position to make a decision that... Now, double knitting gets complicated. So if you're going to use two different yarns, you've got to keep the yarns separate, the sides separate. Hello, welcome to my world. I'm a programmer. Well, technically I'm a Unix admin, but I'm also a programmer. I could show you the thing that I'm working on. Hang on. I am working on a thing for stream. Hang on. It is nowhere near finished. This is not the final product. Now, I have the artistic talent of a dead squash frog, right? There are 3-year-olds who do better finger paintings than I do. Fair enough. Well, I wrote our whole company's patching system, so... let me show you this. Now, the reason I'm explaining about my lack of artistic talent is... I will explain the picture before you see it. I have made a house. It's made of 3 rooms. Well, 4 rooms technically. Bite me. I I've already got a bunch of stuff for this. So the dog and the lady are not made by me. The dog is not animated by me. It came pre-animated. The lady did not. So let me share this with you. Now I've got to do a bit of tweaking because I had to tweak this yesterday to something else. So bear with me a moment while I poke this and change this from to that. Hit OK and hit that. So here is my thing. Let me hit play. Try not to laugh. It's not going to win me any BAFTAs, but all the animations she's got I had to make, right? And I've chained them together. So she stands up. She touches her toes a bit. And then she does a bit of a twist. And then she goes off. Oh, she does another twist, sorry. And then she goes off to make a drink in the kitchen, right? Now, I have some more animations I need to make. Because there's going to be some more furniture. Her room's a little bit kind of, well, pants. But she's going to have, basically there's going to be a TV. And what my plan is when the Twitch ad comes on, she's going to get up. She's going to do a bit of stretching because she's been sitting and watching for the last hour. She's going to, you know, pat the dog, go off into the kitchen, make a drink, have a pee. Not that you'll watch her have a pee. God, I'm not that sad. But, you know, it will imply she's gone on, you know, she's had a pee. She'll come back. She'll, you know, the dog will sit outside, you know, scratching at the door sort of thing. I'm sure I've got something I can make him paw the door. Or at least sit outside the door. And because that's what, well, dogs don't sit outside, they whine and come in. But, you know, as you should during the advert breaks, because let's face it, don't watch the Twitch ads, for Christ's sake. You know, go for a pee, get a drink, have a bit of a walk, stretch your legs. And the idea is that my animation will be about 3 minutes long, in time with the thing. So every time the ad breaks kicks in, it will play that so that, you know, everybody doesn't feel like they're missing out. And I can use her to animate a few other bits. You know, I can have her kind of wave and sit down to watch the stream or whatever at the beginning, and, you know, kind of rolling credits theory, you know, at the end of it, she can go off and do things and wave goodbye sort of thing. So that's kind of my plan. And I started working on this week. So, but I can't draw. So while she's got a house, and it does actually kind of look like a house, I had to make the lamp and everything. So, you know, but I suck. I suck at modelling, especially. I super suck at modelling. But I've got a tool that helps with the animation, which is good. So that's how I've managed to make her do the things that she's doing. Otherwise, that wouldn't have happened. But yes. How have you done this? Okay. Well, it's not going to win me no BAFTAs, that's for sure. You know, it's not exactly, you know, going to be up there for the Oscars and stuff. But, you know, I'm proud of it. I made it. And like anything you make, you know, you feel a little bit kind of, well, you know, this is my best effort. I mean, there are a few tweaks I still require to make, don't get me wrong. Until yesterday, was it the day before? Her reaching for the floor meant her hands went through the floor, and she was a little over enthusiastic in the whole bending over thing. So it was more like she head-butted her knees and her arms went through the floor. It was kind of violent looking. And the twisty one was real you need to eat your peas. Poke level of effort. So both of them got tweaked yesterday to be a little bit more reasonable. In fact, I completely remade them, so because I could, you know, because they're not exactly hard. Well, they're not exactly long and complicated, more accurately. I mean, I could have her do backflips across the floor. I actually know how to do that. And I know how backflips are done. I know the physics of the backflip, because I was a gymnast. So I know all about how to and what she should be doing. And so I could make her do the most perfect backflip. But we're not going to do that. Because I don't expect none of you to be doing that, so I want her to be slightly relatable. And she needed a dog, and I was so glad I found I had already got a dog. So I actually have a number of dogs that fitted in with the low poly look. In fact, the whole pack comes with a number. There's a Rottweiler and a Dalmatian, and they've got dogs with and without collars. Well, of course, he's got to have a collar because, well, it's their only possession, so, you know. And so, yeah, but I started that. The hardest part for me is definitely the making things. But I could do worse. As I say, it could be a hell of a lot better. But I'm still not unhappy. I'm not unhappy with it. I just also know it's not going to get me an Oscar, you know. Would be nice. Yes. This must be one of my longest streams ever, I think. Well, one of my longest crafting streams ever. I used to stream a game I played. I've grown out of said game now, but I used to play the game, and I would easily do 15 to 18 hours at the weekend. Because, well, it's funny, I really struggle to sit here and do this for 18 hours, but like yesterday, for example, playing Path of Exile for 18 hours? Piece of cake, that. In part because while I'm playing Path of Exile, I can sit in a much different position. For this, I have to sit upright. For this, I have to sit facing this angle. I can't face that angle. I need it to be near the light, so I can't move this over here. And so it does mean that, not that this is in an uncomfortable position, but I guess it's less comfortable of a position. And obviously, you know, here I've been going basically 6 hours, and for the first time in my life, although my back's whined about a few times, it's not committed harry-carry, which it usually does. So, because usually I end up giving up because my back hurts so much. Because one of the things I am slightly self-conscious about is when my body is in severe pain, my asthma kicks in. I sound like a 50 pack a day chain smoker. And, well, no one needs to listen to that. So, and as I'm a mouth breather anyway, you would get to hear it absolutely. So, I tend to talk before the wheezing kicks in. But to give you an idea, if I needed to take something upstairs, pretty much if I needed to take something upstairs right here, right now, it doesn't matter how much it weighed, it could be a cushion. By the time I get to the top of the stairs, I'll be wheezing because my back will be complaining. I go upstairs on all fours, and that way my back doesn't hurt. So I don't know what I've done to my back. It used to be really good. Now it hates me. So, but as the TikToks and all the rest of it say, you know, when you get to my age, you throw out your back because you breathe funny, and it's true. You really, really do. I've woken up unable to stand, and I've had no clues as to what I did. The answer is probably nothing. I slept funny, you know. Or the dog was in the small of my back or something, and I slept around it, you know. See, I'm much more aware that doing this is significantly faster when you nick pins out of a pin cushion or out of your work, rather than play gropey fondle with your pin pot. And so I know I'm significantly faster. You're too long. You're getting on my nerves. And I also poke myself a lot less with this because, well, the sharp end's already in the cushion and all I have to do is pick up the blunt end. Whereas, of course, gropey fondle, ouch, results in blood. And there's been blood. You know, never too much, never hospital level of blood. But I have sat there with a pin sticking out my finger, kind of going, as it hit bone, you know. Because I do have a monster pack of pins. But yeah, come here. I do that a lot as well. I'll be holding a pin and then it'll make a leap for freedom. Short. Grab it. Sadly, Tatter, I will not be able to show you the joining because, well, I've got another triangle to do before we get that far. But we do exactly what you do. Pull a loop through the hole and stick your bits through it, so... just more awkward with lace bobbining because there's 50,000 other things that get in your way. Put some of you in sticks and poke you out of the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we need one more of this. I will be stopping after I've pulled the pins out. Well, all the pins I'm going to pin out. Let's put it that way. Once I've pulled all the pins out that I don't need anymore, I will be quitting for the day because my back is sore and, well, I'm hungry, frankly. I started before lunch and it's now, well, very close to tea time, so it will be by the time I've cooked it, so. I've got a little bit to go, but it's, yeah. So yes, I'm sure the rest of my day will be alright. It will be spent uploading this to YouTube, to be honest. But I will be probably either playing a stupid game or watching telly or watching people on Twitch or a bit of both. And then I'll wonder what happened to the weekend, because that's how that usually works. One more pin to go, and then we can pull some pins out. Right, let's make you a bit longer because you need to be a bit longer. And you. And you. And you. Turn it around this way because I've got some poking to do. First of all, let's poke these down because these are the keeping ones. These are the ones that are staying in. On this side, and then we need to do these. No, don't mate with the bobbins. So we go. Arguably, we only really need to keep. Although I'm pushing these down, sometimes it would be easier if these were up this very last row. Then they get in the way. So I put them down. And I pop them up if I need to. Right. Now I'm going to do another row because that's always useful. No, I can't always see where the tops of the pins are. I'm hoping that they're the right pin, and occasionally I miss them. There's one around here somewhere. There it is. Right. Oh, I missed a pin here. Okay. Right. F on this stands for fat, by the way. I know that obviously this is a bad word in many societies, but when you compare them to my other pins, these are fat pins. The other ones are thin pins. So if we pull these out, we can see just how many mistakes I've made today. Hopefully there aren't too many. Or at least too many obviously huge ones. Let's be more accurate. I know that there are mistakes, and sometimes you just have to embrace them. So, let's say I came across a real humdinger about now, and I pull the pins out and spot that I made a real gaff. Well, that'll be a shame, won't it? and that's as much will happen about it. If I discovered that in the last row I'd stuffed up, so let's say a couple of these were wrong, then I'd fix it. But once I pulled the pin out, that's how it's going to be. And some of that is for my sanity, because, you know, if I went, oh look, there's a mistake there, that's not as far as I know, but, you know, let's say well, there is there, so there you go. I am not going to undo all of that to fix that one, because I'll probably make 16 more on the way back. So, you know, if I'd seen it nearer the time, I will deal with it. Basically, if it's the current section or towards the end of the last section or the join that I'm working on, sort of thing, because I view each of these little chunks as different chunks. And so if it's the same chunk, absolutely. If it's the previous chunk, almost certainly. If it's the chunk before, it depends. But usually you actually only see the fuck-ups when you pull pins out. So to be honest, most of the time you can't see them because the pins, well, make a big grey shadow in your line of sight. Not so much from your point of view, but even you can see that, you know, there's this lovely white bit and then there's this grey mushy bit, and you often don't see the detail of it until you pull them all out, and then you get, crap. So, to be honest, once the pins are out, that's how it's going to be. I mean, if it was in this last little section here, there is a better chance that I might fix it, but only might. Oh look, there's one. This is how the pin pulling goes. Like, oh look, there's a mistake. Oh look, there's another one. Yeah. Hang on, let me pull some of these pins out. There we go. So, I've gone there. There's one. Let me show you. Hang on. There's a thing of pointedness. 2 parallel lines. These should be crossed. There's another one. Right. This is the problem. Now, something like that from a distance, bollocks. There is one where on one of my triangles, one of these squares is missing a corner. Well, that's a shame, innit? And so there is a bit of that. Well, as I'm going to be the only one that will ever be able to see the darn thing, it's not too surprising. But there is a loose thread there. There's a bit of a gaff there. There's another one there. These ones are deliberately loose. This was me joining in a new thread, so that's fine. I don't expect it to be perfect. I really don't. And it's just as well, because it ain't. What I will do is what I usually do, which is take this off. Hang on. And pile them all up over here. We'll see why in a minute. I pile these over here. See, you've decided to run away. Hold on, it's bobbin. Pile. Like this. And then I can pull this pin out and this pin out and go, here is 3/4 of a square. Ta-da! And now I take a picture of it because I'm not thinking I'm going to take a picture of it. So take a picture of that. Try and make it fairly square in the picture, which is harder than it sounds. And we will now attempt the feat of the decade, which is we need to I normally flip them, so stop flipping them. Hang on. Why do I flip them? Because that way they don't twist. Hang on. I now need to flip them in order this way. And I don't know where you came from. You come from in here, I think. I'll twist you. twist you. We make a pile like this. You'll see why in a minute. Pile, 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 pile. And why am I collecting them all in the middle? Because you take this scout, you lift this up, and you realise that you should not have managed to have them resting on the cloth that will not be moving with it. And then you grab your square, like this. You levitate your square, and you rotate it round. And you put it back in the hole. Like that. Right. Now, you are the first bobbin thing that I will need, and you are its friend that I will need quite imminently after. The rest of you are to come round this way briefly while I attach this back here, like this, and I pull you down and underneath the bobbins, like so. Like that. And you are not central, which is fine. I need you to be a bit more there. It's a bit far over. Trying to line it up a little bit, like that. There we go. Yeah, that's a bit better. Pin in, straighten the cloth. It's not as neat as I thought. Right, you are then next, and then you, and these are in the wrong order. These are in the wrong order. Arse. They're in the right order here, but I can't put them in that order, so I need to rotate them as is a little bit, like that. So that they are ready for next time, because now you see all of the, so that I can flip them over in the order I want, but all the threads are not twisted round each other and I can't tie them in a knot. So, and I need my other dark cloth, so I'll be able to use it on this triangle for examples, but it gets to go across here like this to protect the bottom half from my fat, ugly, grubby arms, which is 99% of the reason we do this, is to protect the work from our grubbiness and dogs. Mainly dogs in my case. But you then do need to pin it down fairly well, otherwise it will get on your nerves. So, hence I do that. Because otherwise, as you move the bobbins sideways, they catch on it. And I shall put one back here somewhere. There we go. So that's all good. And these two are ready for phase 2. So you are the next bobbin, and this is the first set of bobbins. So all ready to go for next time. But as I've got work in the morning, I'm going to put these bobbins over like that so that they are beautifully out of the way. Oops, sorry Rory, didn't mean to throw that at you. Put on my layers of cloths to help with the anti-dog knocking and jumbling scenarios. There we go. Again, this is mainly, historically it was done for dust and grime purposes. I do it for dog purposes. But there you go. We have finished triangle number 15. I think it was number 15. I'm beginning to lose track. Yeah, number 15, because 16 will be the end of the square. Hurrah. Numbers divided by 4. Stupid woman. So yes, tomorrow we'll see the start of triangle number 16. I feel quite pleased with myself having finished that, because earlier today I wasn't even halfway through it. So I've done a lot today. It's taken 6 and a bit hours, but that's fine. It's been fun, and I've loved meeting some of you, because obviously I've had some new friends today. Thank you very much for joining me, and as I say, I shall be back almost certainly tomorrow, unless work absolutely kill me. I mean, that is a plausible option. If work day goes horrendous, I will not be here, but kind of feeling good about my day. I need to poke more pins in Hedgie, but I can do that this evening while watching a bit of TV and while dinner's cooking and all that. So with any luck, I shall see you here tomorrow, if not soon. Don't forget to follow. Twitch can be a bit crap about notifying. I do have a Discord. If you want to join the Discord, !Discord, and it will tell you where to find it. And I do post a note there when I go live. It's lovely and quiet there, so as a result, it's not like it's going to spam you. So yes, there is a Discord to join if you'd like. Speak to you soon. Bye bye.